Test, test. Currently finishing up a lightning delay here at Cleveland Field. We'll get started with Nationals versus Hastings at the conclusion of this game around 2:30.
look at me. Come on, baby.
testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, and 3. Testing the microphone 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. That might be a bit too peaky. Let's turn it down just a smidge. Going to keep testing out my mic here. We're just about 10 minutes out from the start of this game. FNBO Nationals, the number 3 seed, taking on the 2 seeded 5 Point Banks Hastings here in the winners bracket. Game number 2. Of course, this game was supposed to be played yesterday, but due to weather, it had to be postponed till today. So the Nationals have at least 2 games they'll be playing today, of course, depending on where the bracket falls in order for the Nationals, of course. So we'll be depending if we're in the upper bracket against Grand Island, who did just beat Kearney a few seconds ago, or in the losers bracket against Scotts Bluff later tonight. Of course, we will have all of that when we come back here. Quick stop pregame show, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
The following is a North Platte Post sports presentation. It's time for FNBO American Legion Baseball with the North Platte Post and FM 98.1.
Get set, and
oh my God, there goes Blaze Seiler! He did it! He successfully stole home!
Today's game is brought to you in part by Sandhills State Bank, Premier Toyota, Dave's Place Pizza and Wings, CT Computer Services, The Shelter Insurance Boys, Pete Voles, Brett Rogo, and Matthew Musselman.
That one smashed into left field. It's going all the way. Make that 2 home runs today for Jack Polk.
FNBO Baseball also brought to you in part by Great Plains Sports and Therapy, Larry's Glass, Bill Summers Ford, the DNN Event Center, Larry's RV, Double Dip Ice Creamery, Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group, Great Plains Home Care Equipment, Runza, Puro Clean, CIO Wealth Strategies, and the North Platte Public Schools.
So that's turned on by Blaze Seiler. It's going all the way. It's out of here. The Nationals have done it. Blaze Seiler has hit a home run to walk it off.
Let's play ball. FNBO Baseball from FM 98.1 and AM 1410 while live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Here's the voice of the Nationals, Paxton Gordon.
hey everybody, welcome in here to Cleveland Field as the FNBO Nationals are taking on, of course, 5 Points Bank Hastings for what technically officially is day number 2 for the Nationals, as they were supposed to play yesterday against 5 Points Bank Hastings, but unfortunately due to the weather that has made its way through the area. The Nationals, they had to wait until today to take on 5 Points Bank Hastings. So Nationals are guaranteed at least 2 games today against either Grand Island if they win here against Hastings. Grand Island Home Federal, the number 1 seed in this A7 district tournament. Or they'll be taking on Scottsbluff, who is the 6th seed, and that'll be at the 7 o'clock game. But that also is dependent on storms around the areas. In the north side of town, there's a pretty nasty cloud that's making its way yet again over here. You know, Matt Williams was kind of joking at it a couple of minutes ago that it was between Mitchell, and now it's slowly but steadily making its way back into the Scottsbluff area. We already had a little bit of a rain delay earlier today, and now we could be seeing potentially another lightning delay. And why not? You know, just with how the weekend's gone, why not throw another storm in front of into the trenches here? But Nationals currently 30-16 on the season, 11-game winning streak heading into today against 5 Points Bank Hastings, a team that has always been causing bugaboos for the Nationals, not just in this season, but really for the past couple of seasons. As oh boy, did you look at that there? That's quite a storm making its way over to the Scottsbluff area. Man, oh man, yeah, it's looking. So it's right on that Nebraska-Wyoming line, but the problem is not, will it rain? Well, there's another storm to the right of it, so it could split us, but that thunder and lightning might be the real bugaboo yet again. But if the Nationals, again, destiny in their hands of how today is going to go about for them. Either they're still in the upper bracket if they take down the demon that has been 5 Points Bank Hastings for the last couple of seasons, or will they go to the losers bracket to take on Scottsbluff tonight? Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. Got the hiccups at the last second there. We're going to step aside and we're going to take a real quick break. We come back, more of our pregame show, leading you up to today's game between the Nationals and 5 Points Bank Hastings, right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
It's open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gets you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
Amy is trying the new BLT Junior wrap from Runza.
You will never guess all the good stuff they've got in here. They've got bacon.
Well, yeah, it's a BLT.
They've also got lettuce.
Yep, the L in BLT.
And even, you'll never guess,
Tomatoes? It's a BLT.
you're good.
So is the new BLT Junior wrap at Runza. Come see for yourself. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals taking on 5 Points Bank Hastings, number 2 seeded Hastings, number 3 seeded FNBO Nationals, and what officially is game number 2 for the Nationals. That's right, they should technically be on game number 3, but due to the weather that happened yesterday that really monsooned this baseball park in the latter half of the day, the Nationals unfortunately have to wait till today to get their game in. And unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but another storm is making its way in. There's essentially 2 separate cells that are converging into each other around the Scottsbluff-Gehring area. One that's on the Nebraska-Wyoming line to the north, about northeast of here, and then of course you got one that's just also crashing its way into Mitchell, so could see another delay here. But we're not going to think about that. We're going to see if we can get this game as far as we can in. And of course, the destiny is in the hand of the Nationals here today. There are so many paths that can happen today that could potentially end up with the Nationals not making it to the next day as either getting crashed out and lose 2 games or potentially getting a state berth if they win these next 2 games. Potentially, a lot of things still need to happen for that to happen on the side of the Nationals, but that's just one of the few possibilities coming into today's game. Again, Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. Nationals, again, 30-16 on the year. They currently are on an 11-game winning streak. Winners of 16 of their last 17, and it came as a doozy yesterday against Kearney. Again, that game was actually kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. Jack Polk was on the mound for the Nationals in that baseball game. It wasn't the best game from Jack Polk in terms of his stat line or anything else, as he did give up 3 runs on about, I think, 6 hits was the statistical analysis for Jack Polk. He was battling a little bit of an illness from what I have been told, so Polk wasn't at his full 100%, but did really help keep the game in line for the Nationals until Ty Robinson came on, top of the 4th inning in relief for Jack Polk, and as he was trying to get into a rhythm, gave up 3 runs that inning, and things looked pretty dire for the Nationals squad as they really struggled to find any momentum against Kearney up until their bottom of the 6th inning, where they then went on an absolute tear, scoring 4 runs. A big double from Logan Hayes brought 2 runs around before Caden Johnson and the seniors and juniors were able to really help propel this team over Kearney 7-6, sending them to the losers bracket, where they ultimately, in the end, did fall to Grand Island Home Federalists. Misco Sports Kearney has their season come to an end. The Nationals, though, with destiny in their hands, could potentially stay in the upper bracket if they defeat Hastings here today. Hastings has been their demon, 0-2 this season against Hastings, and it's really all been on big collapses by the Nationals. If you remember, early in the season, Nationals were taking on Hastings at home at Bill Wood Field. Had a pretty commanding lead in that game for most of it until a very controversial call got Hastings coach canned from the game. That's right, you heard me correctly. One of the lone times you'll ever see an ejection in a game for American Legion. Blake Marquardt got ejected in that game, but Hastings did come back to win it. And then the Nationals, when they faced off against Hastings in Hastings a couple of weeks later, same thing has happened. Bottom of the 7th inning, Nationals had the lead before they let it all stumble away on that front. Well, since we're sitting right here and we're getting things rocking and rolling, how about we jump into our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the Store Canteen District in North Platte offers 24+ different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. Plus, they have also available the ice cream trailer for all your outdoor events, because we're still in the heat of the summertime, so still plenty of days left to get your ice cream trailer. We'll start on the side of the visiting team today, which is 5 Points Bank Hastings. I know the higher seeds of the away team. I know, we'll get to that later. Evan Rust will be leading off in center field with Jaden Techmeyer in the left. Nick Canant will be pitching with Nolan Hyde, the designated hitter. Caleb Wallmeyer at third base. Naz Robinson at shortstop. Dayton Espino in right field. Jack Segro at second base. Adam Rutt catching. And then Parker Hodgen at first base. We're just about to get started here as the coaches are talking it over. I think we're going to have ourselves the national anthem play as well. So with that, we're going to step aside and we are going to take a break. When we come back here to Cleveland Field, Nationals taking on 5 Points Bank Hastings in the second game of the upper bracket here in the A7 District Tournament. We come back here to Scottsbluff, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Welcome back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals taking on 5 Points Bank Hastings. Nationals 30-16 on the season, 23-15-1 for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Hastings a 2 seed, Nationals the 3 seed. Of course, we talked about our starting lineups for the side of Hastings. Why not? Let's jump into the starting lineups here for the FNBO Nationals. Caden Johnson once again leading off in center field with Jack Polk on over at shortstop. Landon Greeno in the 3-hole with batting cleanup being Easton Jones. Dean McIntyre catching. Logan Hayes is the designated hitter. Blaze Zeiler in right field. Ty Hanneborg at second. And then the late addition, of course, with the juniors team for the Nationals, unfortunately bowing out in the Hastings A7 Juniors Tournament. Jackson Peters is getting the start in left field for the Nationals with on the mound Ty Robinson for FNBO. Are you ready to get some baseball underway? I'm ready to get some baseball underway. Evan Rust will be leading off for 5 Points Bank Hastings with Jaden Techmeyer on deck and Nick Canant in the hole. Now I want to let you know that, again, supposedly 4 games are going to be played today, potentially in Cleveland Field. The Nationals have been designated for 2 of them no matter what. So the question then becomes, where will their time slot be? If they win against Hastings, they will play a back-to-back against, next up, Grand Island Home Federal. That game will be at around 5 o'clock, maybe, depending on weather and how far this time goes. And then for the side of, if they lose, then things get a little interesting because they'll be playing Scottsbluff tonight and the last game at 7, but with the impending weather that is slowly making its way into the ballpark, there's a chance that that game on the 7 o'clock game might be moved back. But before we jump into that, it's time to get rocking and rolling. Evan Rust now stepping up to the plate against Ty Robinson, as Robinson's first pitch is just going to be a bit low and outside for ball number 1. Of course, we saw Ty Robinson coming to relief effort for Jack Polk in that first game on Friday against Misco Sports Kearney, and really, thanks to that day off, we get to see Ty Robinson again as his next pitch is also outside for ball number 2. So it's a little bit of a blessing in disguise because tomorrow we could see Jack Polk, depending on how the games go for the Nationals and how things turn out, as the next pitch from Robinson. Outside once again, it's ball number 3. Ty Robinson has kind of struggled in terms of his, his opening innings this season, and specifically we saw it yesterday where struggled to really find a rhythm as he'll throw another ball that's above the letters for ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk into Evan Rust to lead this game off with Jaden Techmeyer, the left fielder, now coming up to bat. But once Ty Robinson really starts to get into his rhythm, he comes into his own and really just dominates and takes over the game. He does have a runner at first base, though, for 5 Points Bank Hastings, being Evan Rust. The lefty stares him down and fires in. That's a beautiful off speed that finally will get into the strike zone for the first strike of today's game for Ty Robinson on the mound. Nick Canant, the pitcher, on deck with Nolan Hyde in the hole for 5 Points Bank Hastings. The 0-1, another off speed, that just a little bit off the plate. Ball number 1, 1-1 now the count. 1-1. Nobody out. Runner at first being Evan Rust, the leadoff batter for Hastings. Ty Robinson fires. Swung on. Driven the gap in left field. Jackson Peters coming on, but there to glove it is Caden Johnson, the all-star center fielder, and there's out number 1. And that kind of is a new element that has been brought to this Nationals outfield, specifically in left field. Tyler Townsend normally is known to be out in left field for a majority of this season, but this year, in this game specifically, it's going to be one Jackson Peters, and Jackson Peters has that extra step and element of speed in the outfield. So, man, this Nationals outfield is swallowing if you can get a flyer out there. Zeiler in right, Johnson in center, and then the speedy Jackson Peters, the sophomore, in left. As next pitch from Ty Robinson is low and outside, ball 1 to Nick Canant. Evan Russ still at first with 1 out in this top of the first inning. Next pitch from Ty Rob. That one's low and tight inside for ball 2. 2-0 the count now. Robinson with a long gaze at first base as the lefty sets and delivers. That one smashed up into the air, drifting towards Peters in left field. He gets up underneath it, and he gloves it for out number 2. It's going to be a trial by fire for the young Jackson Peters out in left field today. Getting really his first seniors district appearance in a big game against the rival 5 Points Bank Hastings, as Nolan Hyde now checks in for 5 Points Bank. As Tyrod once again with a long stare down at first delivers. Skied up into the heavens. Dean McIntyre tries to get up underneath it at the fence, but it's going to fall over for a foul ball. Strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to Nolan Hyde. Evan Rust is still at first base for 5 Points Bank Hastings, coached by Blake Marquardt. As Tyrod will now get ready and get his sign from Dean McIntyre and fire off his 0-1 pitch to Hyde. Ooh, that off speed, way off the mark as it slips a little bit away from Ty Robinson. 1 ball and 1 strike. On deck, Caleb Wallmeyer, and then Naz Robinson in the hole for 5 Points Bank Hastings. The 1-1. Another one that's going to be skied up. Landon Greeno trying to find it, but it's actually going to be Blaze Zeiler running. He makes a leaping grab in foul territory, but can't haul it in. And with that, strike number 2. And there's that speed once again, not only from Blaze Zeiler, but also from Ty Hanneborg at second. The Nationals, this defense, suffocating on really anything that's popped into the sky with the speed they possess. Now with Jackson Peters also in left field, it's going to be mighty tough to find any, gaps. This is a very lengthy field, 405 straight away. There goes Evan Rust on a steal attempt as that pitch, going to be a bit outside for ball number 2 to Nolan Hyde. Ty Robinson thought that pitch was in, but going to be called. It's a pitch that's just going to miss. It's 2-2 the count now to Hyde, with Rust now at second following the stolen base. Ty Robinson looking for his first strikeout today. Another curve, no good as it's way outside. Ball 3 to Nolan Hyde. 3-2 the count now after a favorable start from Ty Robinson into Nolan Hyde. It's now 3-2 the count. 3-2, 2 down. Ty Robinson, long glance at second. Here comes his payoff pitch. That one slowly grounded to Easton Jones. He gloves it, throws it on over to first in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. After giving up an early runner on board, the Nationals defense and Ty Robinson were able to hold it down as we now go to the bottom of the first inning. Still 0-0. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, and 1410 and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals at the moment tied with 5 Points Bank Hastings in this bottom of the first inning. 0-0. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Nick Canant on the mound for 5 Points Bank Hastings. He'll be going up against Caden Johnson, who'll be leading off for the Nationals. Again, thank you also to our sponsors here for today's game. Dave's Place Pizza Wing. To find out more, 1510 East 4th Street. So what can the Nationals do so far in this second half of the season? 16 of their last 17 victories have been occurred. They're currently on an 11-game winning streak, playing the hottest baseball probably in the state of Nebraska. And now we'll come up against the buzzsaw that has really cut down their hopes and dreams the last couple of seasons, Hastings. But this isn't the same Hastings squad we've seen for many seasons now, as Canant's first pitch is swung on, skied, and fouled off by Caden Johnson. So yes, this Hastings squad isn't that same Hastings squad that has always been a thorn on the National side, but that doesn't mean that that thorn in the side still hasn't been prevalent this season, in the regular season. Nationals 0-2 against Hastings. Next pitch from Canant is low and away for ball number 1. Good glove by Adam Rutt. 1-1 the count now. Pitch. Slow grounder gets over the head of Canant. Speeding on over Caden Johnson. He makes it to first. It gets out of the first baseman's reach there as Hodgin can't hold it down. And Caden Johnson will now get to second. A big mistake from 5 Points Bank Hastings already in this ball game. A throw from shortstop Naz Robinson goes out of the reach of first baseman Parker Hodgin. And with that, Caden Johnson's now going to make his way on over to second with a passed up ball, and now a runner in scoring position for this Nationals team with Jack Polk up to bat. Polk, of course, has had a pretty quiet last 2 games in terms of his bat and on the mound, so we'll see what he can do as that ball gets a little bit away from Rutt, and on over to third is going to be Caden Johnson. Passed up ball just gets a little bit away from Adam Rutt, and just like that, the Nationals' base aggression takes over again. Caden Johnson makes his way to third on a passed up ball, and now he's in some pain after that slide. He missed the bag a little bit. He's able to make his way back, kind of holding at his shoulder, but he's good to go. It looks like after a talk with the third base umpire, and now out comes Adam Rutt to have a talk with Nick Canant. Again, Canant, you normally see at shortstop for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Very error-prone over this season, Canant has been for Hastings. We've seen many a times in the games versus the Nationals, he has struggled to really find a solid footing on the defensive side, and now he's on the mound. He'll fire into Jack Polk, who swings on one little grippler that will be caught and gloved on over by second base from Jackson Segro, and with that, out number 1 as Jack Polk flies out to second base. And now up to bat, Landon Greeno. He's been part of this huge resurgence for the Nationals in this season. If you're really looking to circle some names that have helped propel this team to the 11-game winning streak, it is going to be Landon Greeno, as he's really gone, I believe, if I remember correctly, around 41 out of his last 50 at-bats have come with a hit. He'll see a strike from Nick Canant on his first pitch, and another one that's just a bit outside. 1-1 the count now. Again, Caden Johnson just a few feet away at third base. 1-1 the count with 1 out now, as here comes the next pitch from Canant, and it's outside again. 2-1. Following Landon Greeno, Easton Jones, then Dean McIntyre as the next pitch, again too low on a fastball. It's 3-1 the count, and Landon Greeno is staring down the barrel of a walk. 3-1 from Canant. Swung on, skied up. It's making its way over into shallow right field, getting up underneath it. Dayton Espino. Here comes a throw home. Great throw from Espino will stop Caden Johnson from advancing any further. And just like that, there's 2 down here. It's bottom of the first inning. The Nationals, after a great leadoff effort from Caden Johnson, now are in a situation where they could potentially go this inning without a run coming across, as here comes Easton Jones for the first time today. Jones with a prime opportunity to bring Caden Johnson home, who's in scoring position. He swings and turns on one to right field. Going up is Espino, gets over his head. And with that, Caden Johnson scores. The Speedy Jones making his way to second with a stand-up double, and I talked about it. Easton Jones has been a man this second half of the season who has really come alive from the batter's box, and he does it yet again, getting a 2-out RBI double. And the Nationals now lead this ballgame 1-0 with the second hit of today's game going to Easton Jones. The ever-dangerous power bat, Dean McIntyre, is now up to bat, playing catcher as always, facing off against the righty Canant. We'll see a fastball that's in there for strike number 1. Late call from the home plate umpire. It's 0-1 the count now. 2 outs. Nationals have a runner in scoring position. Easton Jones at second base, leading 1-0. The pitch, very far outside. Good glove from Evan Rust. It's 1 ball, 1 strike into the catcher. Logan Hayes on deck with Blaze Zeiler in the hole for the FNBO Nationals. 1-1 count as Canant likes to sign, glances at second, and delivers. That one, another one that's far away from Adam Rutz that he had to go and really find and glove. It's 2-1 now, the count. Really big game between these two teams. Just like yesterday, or 2 days ago, was for the Nationals. The 2-1 swung on, fouled off the bat and making its way into the parking lot from Dean McIntyre. It's 2-2 the count now. 2-2 with 2 outs. Runner in scoring position, Easton Jones at second. Canant gets the sign in from Adam Rudd again. Long glance at second. And now fires. Swing and a miss by Dean McIntyre, and that's how this inning does come to a close for the Nationals. They did, though, get one runner home, being Caden Johnson. And with that, we're going to be moving to the top of the second inning when we come back here to Cleveland Field at FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today, or go online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals at the moment are leading 5 points. Bank Hastings in this top of the second inning, 1-0. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors for this Nationals offense compared to the no runs on no hits. 1 error for 5 points Bank Hastings. Our happening breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet beat. Up to bat now for the side of 5 points Bank Hastings, Caleb Wallmeyer. We'll see a pitch that's just a bit outside from Ty Robinson. Want to know the count? Also, thank to our sponsors Here for today's game, Sandhills State Bank. Most community brand of banking. Locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Grand, and many more. Head on over to sandhillsbank.com. So with that, we are now at a 2-0 count to Caleb Wallmeyer as Ty Robinson will get the sign he likes in from Dean McIntyre and deliver. Nice curveball that's going to sneak in for strike number 1 from the senior Ty Robinson. 19 total pitches, 12 balls, 7 strikes for Ty Rob. Now looking to get into this inning, starting a rhythm. The 2-1, another pitch that's outside. It's 3-1 the count now. And the Nationals, after pitching 3 pitchers on Friday, are back to a little bit of some full strength, just down Jack Polk till tomorrow as that off speed. It's in there on the corner for strike number 2. It's 3-2 the count now, but hoping that Ty Rob can go pretty far in this game so that the Nationals won't have to worry about bringing any relief efforts in. The 3-2 from the lefty Ty Robinson as he steps into his motion and fires. Swung on, a little dribbler is going to be gloved up on the side of Ty Hanneborg at second base for out number 1. Great glove by Ty Hanneborg at second, and just like that, there's one down here. It's top of the second inning. Up next for 5 Points Bank Hastings, Naz Robinson, the shortstop, playing in today's game, as he takes over for the pitcher Nick Canant, who normally plays at short. Ty Robinson's motion as he fires another good curveball that dips in at the knees, strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to Naz Robinson as Ty Robinson now has that one slowly dribbled back to Ty Hanneborg on to first in plenty of time. And just like that, a quick 2 down in this top of the second inning. 2 up, 2 down. The Nationals really making some good work with Ty Robinson on the mound. And really that's Ty Robinson's game. He's not going to really blow you away with some fastball speed, but he will get some good pitches in terms of being able to get grounders and fly balls. As Dayton Espino, the right fielder now, will be up to bat for the first time. Another beautiful pitch from Ty Robinson at the knees there for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. 2 outs here in this top of the second. Next pitch will dip outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count now to Espino. Jackson Segro is going to be on deck with Adam Rutt in the hole for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Ty Robinson's 1-1 pitch. Another beautiful curve is going to slice its way into right field for the first hit today for 5 Points Bank Hastings. It's going to be swallowed up by Blaze Zeiler in right. And now here comes Jackson Segro. Segro will be the batter up here for the side of 5 Points Bank Hastings. The second baseman has Dayton Espino at first with 2 down here in this inning, and it's lined into the glove of Easton Jones. Ty Robinson once again holding the fort down for this Nationals squad. And with that, we're going to step aside and we're going to take a break. We come back, bottom of the second, 1-0 lead for the Nationals right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place. Whoop, whoop.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
here to Cleveland Field. Nationals are leading this one 1-0 in this bottom of the second inning. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Alongside our other sponsors here for today's game, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005. Here comes the young Logan Hayes up for the first time today against Nick Canant. See a ball in the turf for ball one and swing on another one and foul it back for strike number one. 1-1 the count now for the young shortstop. Actually, correction, the young designated hitter in today's game. The 1-1. That one curveball off the mark for ball two from Nick Canant. 2-1. Nobody out. Bottom of the second. That one is going to be turned on by Logan Hayes, but Evan Rust, the center fielder, gets under it, and he gloves it for out number one. An easy pop fly for Rust in center, and there's one down here in this bottom of the second inning. Due up next, following Logan Hayes, will be Blaze Zeiler. Ty Hanneborg on deck with Jackson Peters in the hole for the Nationals, leading 1-0. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors for FNBO, compared to no runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the side. 5 points bank. Hastings as Blaze Zeiler swings and connects his bat with the ball, but fouls it back. Strike number one. 0-1, the next pitch. It's turned on. It will get into left field out the reach of Caleb Wallmeyer. And there's the third hit today for the Nationals as the speedy Blaze Zeiler reaches for the first time today. And now here comes up to bat another scary batter for the Nationals offense who's really turned it on in this second half of the season. Ty Hanneborg. Batting closer now to 400 and actually probably has crested 400 since the second half of the season began. As Blaze Zeiler at first, as that one is going to be away from Adam Rutt for ball number one, as Zeiler kind of faked that he was going to go over to second base and steal. We know this Nationals team very active on the base paths when they get a runner on. We already saw it with Caden Johnson when he got on earlier today. Pickoff attempts will get Zeiler back, and he's safe. Still a 1-0 count to the second baseman, Hanneborg. Jackson Peters on deck, getting his first district start at the senior level. The 1-0. Someone going to be fouled off after getting some contact from Ty Hanneborg at the plate. 1-1 the count. 1-1 with 1 out. Zeiler at first, threatening to steal. As Peters getting some help from Jack Polk in terms of what to do against Canant as he's in the hole. The 1-1, another pickoff will get Blaze Zeiler as he was just a bit too far away from first base, and there's out number 2. Zeiler just a tad too far away, and Nick Canant is able to pick off Blaze Zeiler, and there's now 2 down here in this bottom of the second inning. Still 1-1 to the second baseman, Ty Hanneborg, as he gets ready to face off against Nick Canant. Here it comes. That curveball will curve a little too far down for the liking of Canant. It's ball number 2, 2-2 the count now. 2 outs. Nobody on for the Nationals here. That one turned on, a little dribbler back to Nick Canant. He gloves it, slings it to first, and that's how this inning comes to an end. The Nationals did have a runner at first base potentially threatening to score, but they couldn't advance him or get anything going. We now go to the top of the third inning. We have a 1-run lead in favor of the FNBO Nationals. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 and 1410, and as always, video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis. Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Welcome back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals leading this ball game 1-0 as we've reached the top of the third. We're really flying through this game so far. Ty Robinson still on the mound. 28 total pitches, 14 strikes, 14 balls. We'll be going with Adam Rutt. This person he'll be seeing today in this third inning. Our half-inning breaks is always brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As Ty Robinson's next pitch into the the catcher Adam Rutt is a nice, beautiful curveball that sinks its way in. Strike number 1. The curveball looking much better today for Ty Robinson than the fastball at the moment. But that's really always been the case. Ty Robinson's curveball has been exceptional over these last couple seasons. Right as I say that, he flies a curveball way outside the zone for ball number 1. On the deck is the leadoff batter, Evan Rust, with Jaden Techmeyer in the hole. 5 points, Bank Hastings. 2-1. Another fastball. That one upstairs. Ball 3 to Adam Rutt. With nobody on and nobody out. Ty Robinson gets the sign and sets into his motion. Another curveball that finds the outside part of the plate for strike number 2. 3-2 the count now. Ty Robinson looking for a strikeout or first out of this inning to go in favor of the Nationals. Here it comes. Another beautiful pitch, grounded on over to Easton Jones. The easy throw to first is going to be in time with an even better glove from Landon Greeno. Had to get on the floor and glove it up, and he snatches it beautifully. And there's one out here in this top of the third inning as Adam Rutt goes down. And now that brings up Evan Rust. He walked in his first plate appearance for 5 points, Bank Hastings in the top of the first inning, but really didn't get anything done after that. Now he'll be facing Ty Robinson for the second time. Another beautiful curveball from Robinson, strike number 1. He's really on top of his game with that curveball as another 0-1. Tries to go right back with it, but it's too far outside. It's 1-1 the count now to Rust. Jaden Techmeyer on deck with pitcher Nick Canant in the hole. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Ty Robinson. Another beautiful curve that just sinks a little too low at the last second below the knees. Ball number 1. 2-1 with one out here in this top of the third inning. Here it comes. That one sliced foul right back to this grandstand and another curve. It's 2-2 the count now to Evan Rust, the center fielder for Hastings today. One out here. Ty Robinson looking to find the second. Gets the sign from Dean McIntyre and winds up the 2-2. That curve again off the mark. Ball number 3. It's 3-2 the count now to Rust. Robinson staring down the barrel of a potential walk here to Evan Rust, which would be Rust's second of the game. The 3-2 pitch from Ty Robinson into Evan Rust. He delivers. Oh, that one just below the knees and in the turf. Ball 4. And for the second time today, Evan Rust will stroll on over to first with a walk. Jaden Techmeyer now appears. He flew out into left field with Jackson Peters gloving it. In his first plate appearance has a runner for 5 points. Bank Hastings at first, being Evan Rust again. As a lefty, Ty Robinson stares down Evan Rust and delivers. That one at the knees and in on a fastball for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to Ty Robinson. Or from Ty Robinson to Jaden Techmeyer. Robinson will now try to pick off Evan Rust, but nothing doing it there. He gets back in plenty of time. A nice potential double play situation for the Nationals on the base paths if they can find it. There goes the runner, Evan Rust. Man, he was way ahead of it, and he gets tagged out at second, thinking he can sneak past Ty Robinson as Robinson was looking into the catcher, but a really, really bad read as Ty Robinson had plenty of time to throw him out at second. And there's 2 down already in this top of the third. And now, with a 0-1 count into Techmeyer, Ty Robinson doesn't have to worry about a steal. He can go into his motion and fire in. Another beautiful curve that, is just going to be outside. I mean, it looked like it snuck right back in on that right side of the plate. There's ball number 1, 1-1 now to Techmeyer. As Ty Robinson gets set and now delivers his 1-1 count. Techmeyer will see another one that just barely again sneaks to the outside. Coach Ricky Holm not happy about that call yet again. The second time that ball just was skirting on the edge of the zone. It's 2-1 now. Robinson's pitch. Yet again on that outside part, and yet again will not get the call. He normally has gotten the call so far today on that outside part of the plate so far today, and this time at this at-bat, not really getting any of them. The 3-1, that one skied up into the heavens. Getting up underneath it, I believe, is Ty Hannibal. He's running on. He finds it. He gets there, and he gloves it. And there is out number 3. Another pretty quick ending for the Nationals here. Not allowing a run or a hit to come across. We'll move to the bottom of the third when we come back here. Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and as always, video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Hill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience. You can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
Back here, Cleveland Field, FNBO Nationals currently leading 5 points. Bank Hastings 1-0 in the bottom of the third inning. Our half-inning breaks are, of course, brought to you in part by Kevin McGinn and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGinn and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game, Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte invites you to stop out and take a test drive here today. Premier Toyota, let's go places. This is Jackson Peters' first ever senior districts plate appearance as the Nationals junior team in the A7 tournament got canned away and lost in that tournament just a day ago. Jackson Peters and a lot of young juniors have made their way up to the National squad. It's a 1-1 count. Make that a 1-2 count following the missed swing from Peters on a pitch upstairs. 1-2 the count now for Jackson Peters, already an elite level defender, just trying to find some momentum on the offensive side, and he fouls one off for another strike. And of course, that's always going to really happen with junior players, is they're always going to probably have a better defensive grip on things than an offensive grip because the elevation from juniors to seniors is just so different. So Peters, let's see what he can do here with the frying pan as he's been thrown into the fire. A little dribbler on out to Parker Hodgen, and almost Jackson Peters ran out at just trotting Hodgen. And with that, there's one out here in this bottom of the third inning as up to bat now comes Caden Johnson. Johnson singled past Naz Robinson in his first plate appearance for the Nationals here today. Be facing Nick Canant for the second time. See what kind of damage he can do. Jack Polk on deck, landing Greeno in the hole. We'll see a nice curve slider that's outside for ball number 1. 1-0 from Nick Canant to Johnson. As they'll shake off a few signs from Rutt and fire away. Another pitch around the knees, and it's in there. Strike number 1 on a late call from the home plate umpire. 1-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 3rd inning. That one swung on and once again just gets out of the reach of Naz Robinson at shortstop. And just like that, with 1 out, Caden Johnson collects his 2nd hit today. Really coming alive in this game is Caden Johnson, as Jack Polk will be the batter for the Nationals. He flew out to Jackson Sugro in his first plate appearance at second base. Has the speedy Johnson at first. He made his way to second on a passed-up ball and then on over to third on another passed-up ball before later coming home from an RBI double from Easton Jones, as Jack Polk will see a strike at the knees on a fastball. 0-1 the count now. 1 out, bottom of the 3rd inning. Nationals with a 1-0 lead. Canant collects the sign and will now look to pick off Caden Johnson, and Joni gets back just in the nick of time, so still 0-1. Canant with a really fast pickoff throw. It got Blaze Zeiler earlier in this game. Almost got Johnson at first. Still 0-1 to the shortstop, Jack Polk, as that off speed is just barely clipping the outside part of the zone. It's 2-1 the count now is what the home plate umpire says. It should be just 1-1 if I remember correctly. Another pickoff attempt will get Caden Johnson back. Again, Canant knowing the pressure that Caden Johnson brings on the base pads. As Canant will fire in. Another off speed that's low in the turf. Good stop from Adam Rutt to make sure it doesn't sneak away there. Should be ball number 2. It's 2-1 the count now to Jack Polk. And Greeno on deck, as Polk will see one just above the letters and outside for ball 3. 3-1 the count now, and things are getting a little scary for Hastings, as putting both Johnson and Polk on the base pads is dangerous. The 3-1, there goes Caden Johnson. It's high, ball 4, so it doesn't even matter, as Jack Polk will waltz his way to first, and here comes Landon Greeno. He grounded out to Jackson Segro in his first plate appearance, but really, Landon Greeno has done a majority of his damage this second half of the season when runners are aboard. And that's why he's here as the 3-hole hitter. Wouldn't be shocked with 1 out if he attempts to lay a surprise bunt down for a double steal. We've seen it so many times from Coach Holm and the Ricky Holmes special as he dribbles one. The throw to second from the pitcher, Canant, and the throw to first is in time. And that's how this setting will come to an end. A 1-6-3 double play from the side of Hastings moves us to the top of the 4th when we come back here to Cleveland Field. FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers, powered by plant-based natural caffeine. And they come in 4 delicious flavors: pomegranate passion, mango mojo, prickly pear, and watermelon wild. Why do you keep doing that?
These refreshers are just so refreshing.
But you don't have to make that noise every time. Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Park. Nationals at the moment still leading 5 points. Bank Hastings in this upper bracket. Game number 2, 1-0. 1 run on 4 hits. No errors for the FNBO Nationals. No runs on 1 hit. One error for the side of 5 Points Bank Hastings. Happening breaks, course brought to you in part by Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game, Sandhills State Bank. Most committed brand of banking. Location in North Platte, Ogallala, Grant, and many more. Head to sandhillsbank.com for a full list of services and locations. Ty Robinson now versus Nick Canant as he tries to lay a surprise bunt down and fouls it off. It's 1-1 the count now. It goes Nolan Hyde, who's on deck, and Caleb Wallmeyer in the hole. 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Ty Robinson's at 47 pitches here in this top of the fourth inning. 22 strikes, 25 balls. Been a pretty good start for Ty Robinson. Pitch efficiency-wise, as another curveball is too tight inside. Coach Holm not happy with it. That looked right in there for a strike, but gets called the ball. It's 2-1 now. There's been a couple pitches these last couple innings that Coach Holm has not been a fan of, as that next off speed slips out from Ty Robinson for ball 3. It's 3-1 the count now. Wind starting to pick up a little bit as it's moving to the right field side from left field. 3-1. That one going to be right in there for strike number 2. Larry Lake calls from home plate umpire, but 3-2 with nobody out. Ty Robinson looks to find the first out of this inning. Here it comes on the way. That one just going to sneak outside now. Andrew Brocious and Coach Holm not happy with another call, as that's ball 4. And on over to first goes Nick Canant. I can kind of feel their pain and their frustrations, as home plate umpire has been calling a lot of those pitches that have been on the outside border of the plate in for Ty Robinson in these last about 4 or 5 batters. Has really changed it up and has tightened his strike zone in as Nolan Hyde comes up to bat. He grounded out to Easton Jones in his first plate appearance as Ty Robinson tries to pick off Nick Canant on over at first base. Can't do anything successfully there, so Hyde looking for first pitch in as Ty Robinson delivers a beautiful curve in the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. Again, the destiny is in the hands of the Nationals today. They are guaranteed 2 games depending on weather today, whether it be in the upper bracket against Grand Island Home Federal or in the losers bracket against Scotts Bluff West Coast Zephyrs. Another pickoff from Ty Robinson gets Canant back as Nolan Hyde faces an 0-1 count to the lefty Ty Robinson. Still a 1-0 lead in favor of the Nationals. This top of the fourth. Curveball off the mark and way outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count now. On deck, Caleb Wallmeyer with Naz Robinson in the hole. Ty Robinson's 1-1 as he gets set, glances at first, and fires. There goes the runner, Canant, swung on by Nolan Hyde, and they're going to say it's going to be fouled off the leg and on to the foul line for strike number 2, as that's a little bit of a saving grace. Canant got a really good jump from first base, but the foul ball, a little bit of a saving grace for the Nationals, is still a now 1-2 count into Nolan Hyde, as there goes a great pitch, skied into center field. Caden Johnson running back at it, and straightaway center. He will glove it and throw it on over to first as Canant tagged up, but a beautiful throw from Caden Johnson will stop Nick Canant from advancing any further, and there's out number 1 in this top of the fourth inning. Caleb Wallmeyer is up to bat. He lined out to Ty Hanneborg in his first plate appearance at second base. Now it's Canant still trying to find his way over to second as he's at first. Really antsy and eager to move to the next base pad. Naz Robinson on deck. Dayton Espino in the hole for Hastings. Beautiful curve once again is in there. Strike number 1. I mean, I'm talking about, it feels like I'm just keep repeating myself, but Ty Robinson throwing a beautiful off-speed pitch today that so far 5 Points Bank Hastings have been unable to figure out, and because of that, it's really helped the Nationals hold on to this slim 1-0 lead as we're in this top of the fourth inning. Another pickoff attempt will get Canant back. That's 2 in a row from Ty Robinson. Still an 0-1 count into Naz Robinson as Canant's at first. Lots of Robinsons on the field right now. 0-1, another off-speed as Dean McIntyre throws to first. And they're going to say that Canand is safe at first, and that's really something this season that Dean McIntyre has picked up on. A lot more throws to first from the catching position that's gotten a few people off guard. Almost got Canand there. 1-1 the count now to Wallmeyer. Another pitch. That one smothered into left field. On comes Jackson Peters into short left, and he gloves it, and will throw it in for out number 2. The wind kind of changing directions on that pitch and now blowing in from straightaway center, pushing that ball further into short left field, but the speed of Jackson Peters was enough to get him there in time. And now there's 2 down for Naz Robinson. He grounded out to Ty Hanneborg in his last plate appearance for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Canant still at first. His first pitch from Ty Robinson is low. Ball number 1, 1-0 now. No action for either side. Robinson at 59 total pitches. Here in today's game, we might be seeing another pitcher at some point for the Nationals. Beautiful pitch. A throw to first might get Canant, but not in time as on over. Canant gets back just in the nick of time to not get thrown out, but it's a 1-0 count now into Robinson. Or excuse me, a 1-1 count into Naz Robinson. As Ty Robinson gets set and fires his next pitch in. That one grounded back on over to Ty Hanneborg. It gets through his glove on a hop. And with that, another hit for 5 Points Bank Hastings. And another runner gets aboard. Now, 2 runners are on for Dayton Espino. That one just took a little nasty hop through Ty Robinson's glove. He was in position, but a nasty hop goes right over it. And with that, they're going to assess Ty Robinson with an error. Don't know how I feel about that one, but with that, it's 2 runners now aboard for Dayton Espino. He's singled into right field. His last plate appearance has the speedy Nick Canant in scoring position at second, with Naz Robinson at first. A little grounder that's going to be gloved up by Easton Jones, and he'll step on third. And that's how this inning comes to an end. Yes, there was some pressure from 5 Points Bank Hastings this inning on the offensive side, but this Nationals defense still held firm. They lead 1-0 when we come back here to Cleveland Field for the A7 District Tournament. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and as always, video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always something right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the DinoPay app. DinoPay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings. The Sinclair DinoPay saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. The Nationals leading 1-0. 1 run on 4 hits. 1 error for the Nationals. No runs on 1 hit. 1 error for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Hastings the 2 seed. Nationals the 3 seed. They lead 1-0. Happening Breaks is always brought to you in part by Kevin McGann at the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann at the Fortify Group. His location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors for today's game, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005, located on 905 South Willow Street. It's Easton Jones now up to bat for the second time today. Doubled over the head of Dayton Espino in right field in his first plate appearance. That double brought Caden Johnson home to give the Nationals a 1-0 lead. What can he do for the second time against one Nick Canant? He'll swing in. Foul one off for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. 0-1 with nobody out, nobody on in this second round of the A7 tournament for the Nationals. Next pitch. An off speed that's down and low for ball number 1. It's 1-1 the count. Gene McIntyre on deck with Logan Hayes in the hole for the Nationals. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Turned on and driven foul down the first base side. We'll go to the bullpen where the pitchers warm up. Strike number 2. It's 1-2 the count now. As Easton Jones trying to lead off with a hit. He'll swing and pop one into the heavens. Nick Canant calling everybody off. He'll get up underneath it and glove it for out. Number 1 of this bottom of the 4th inning as down goes Easton Jones with a pop-up. Now up to bat comes Dean McIntyre. McIntyre struck out swinging in his last plate appearance for the Nationals against Nick Canant. Logan Hayes is in the hole with Logan Hayes on deck with Blaze Zeiler in the hole. Canant now up to his 44th pitch will fire one high and away from Dean McIntyre for ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. As time is going to be called, and here comes Blake Marquardt out to talk with Nick Canant. As pretty cloudy day here in Scottsbluff. There was some precipitation on the north end of town right at the Nebraska-Wyoming border that was threatening to appear for a little bit. But so far it's kept out of the reach of this ballpark, specifically the Thunder and Lightning. As that is what delayed this game here between the Nationals and Hastings. Is the first game against Kearney and Grand Island Home Federal, there was about an hour lightning delay. That really pushed this game back to its 2 o'clock, 2:10 start time. But now we're here. It's 78 degrees, mostly cloudy right now. And a 1-0 lead for the Nationals in this bottom of the 4th inning. As McIntyre check swings on a pitch. Won't get called for going around. It's 2-0 the count now to the catcher. Logan Hayes on deck. Blaze Zeiler in the hole. Nationals with a nice 1-0 lead as McIntyre fouls one back to the netting behind home plate for strike number 1. Again, winner of this game will be playing immediately after this against Grand Island Home Federal, the number 1 seed, while the loser gets a game off. That one's skied in the gap in left center field, but on comes Jaden Techmeyer to glove it for out number 2. Techmeyer with the speeds, able to come in and glove it from shallow left center. And with that, here comes Logan Hayes. Flew out to Evan Rust in his first plate appearance. Again, destiny is in the hand for the Nationals here today. They will play 2 games, just depends if it's the upper or lower bracket. If they win here against Hastings, they'll play immediately after this game against Grand Island Home Federal. If they lose, they'll play at the 7 o'clock game. That's, again, tentatively timed 7 o'clock against the West Coast Zephyrs of Scotts Bluff, as Logan Hayes saw a pitch down low in the turf, ball number 1. And we'll see another one that's below his knees for ball 2. It's 2-0 the count now. Here comes the 2-0. That one swing and a miss. Another off speed that slid away from Hayes for strike number 1. 2-1 now. Canaan up to 50 pitches around the same area as Ty Robinson. That one slowly grounded on over to Naz Robinson at short. He throws it on to first, and it just is barely in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. A quick 1, 2, 3, bottom of the 4th inning for the Nationals. We're going to the top of the 5th. They still are just barely holding on 1-0. We come back here to Cleveland Park. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Go back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals with a marginal 1-0 lead over the second-seeded 5 Points Bank Hastings. Nationals the 3-seed, Hastings the 2-seed, a 1-0 lead. 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error for the Nationals. No runs on 1 hit, 1 error for 5. Excuse me, 1 hit, no errors for 1 hit, 1 error. My good heavens, getting my stats mixed up here. For Hastings. Of course, if you aren't knowing the situation between the seeding, Nationals did not get the second seed by by 0.1 or 0.01 of a win percentage. So that puts them at the 3 seed. But winner of this game goes to face Grand Island Home Federal immediately after the conclusion of this game. Up to bat, Jackson Shagru. The side of Hastings. The second baseman will line one into center field. First pitch swing in as Caden Johnson easily gets under it. And there's out number 1. Ty Robinson now, after that pitch, 62 on the day. 63, correction. 32 strikes, 31 balls. Having a good outing for the Nationals. Exactly what they needed in this game. As Adam Rutt checks in, he grounded out to Jack Polk in his first plate appearance against the Nationals. This is exactly what the doctor needed. The Nationals needed somebody to really be a calming presence on the mound against a team that has caused them fits, not just this season, but the last few seasons, as that's a strike into Rutt from Ty Robinson, his 0-1. That fastball way off the mark. Ball number 1 to Rutt. Evan Rust, the leadoff batter on deck. He's walked twice today. And Jaden Techmeyer in the hole. 5 Points Bank Hastings. The 1-1 from Ty Robinson on the way. Another beautiful pitch. Oh, just above the letters. Ball number 2. 2-1 now. I mean, just barely teetering on the upper end of the zone. 2-1 the count. Next pitch from Ty Rob. Swing and a miss from Rutt on something way down in the turf. 2-2 the count. As Ty Robinson looking for not only his first strikeout today, but now the second out of this inning. Here comes the 2-2 from the pitcher, Ty Robinson. Swing, and just barely foul tipped off by catcher Adam Rutt. And with that, still a 2-2 count. It'll be quite fun if we win this game, because next to me will be KRGI sports announcer Matt Williams. Matty Williams will be here with me in booth. As that one slowly grounded. That one's going to be gloved up by Ty Hanneborg. Can he make it to first in time? No, he cannot. As a little dribbler that got past Ty Robinson slowly made its way to Ty Hanneborg at second. And that's an infield single for Adam Rutt. Second hit today for Hastings. And now there's a runner aboard with still 1 out for Evan Rust. Again, he's walked in both of his plate appearances so far today from the leadoff spot, but hasn't been able to come home with those walks. So Nationals still lead 1-0. An off-speed pitch is outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. On over at first, catcher Adam Rutt. Center fielder Evan Rust up to bat. Next pitch. That one just a bit outside again. Coach not happy with that call. 2-0 now the count to Evan Rust. Nationals lead 1-0 here in this top of the 5th inning. The 2-0 right down the middle there for strike number 1. Good bounce back pitch from Ty Robinson. 71 on the day. 36 strikes. 35 balls. A defensive adjustment now being made in the outfield. As Ty Rob's 2-1, there goes the thought about the runner, but Rust will foul it off for strike number 2. A lot of that kind of double move from Hastings on the base paths today, where they kind of jump a little bit before the pitch is thrown and then immediately kind of jump back to first, kind of losing a lot of their time on potential steals. 2-2. That one is going to be just below the knees for ball number 3 to Rust, as he's now staring down a potential 3rd walk today from Ty Robinson. Ty Rob looking to avoid that and put 2 runners on with 1 out. The 3-2 pitch swings and fouling it off there, Evan Rust. So still a 3-2 count as assistant coach Andrew Brocious jogs out and gloves the ball up. 3-2 with 1 out. Runner at first base being Evan Rutt for Hastings. Ty Robinson, long glance at first, delivers. That one in there, strike 3. Down goes Rust looking. First strikeout today for Ty Robinson, and out number 2 in this top of the 5th inning. As now Jaden Techmeyer appears. He's flown out twice in today's game to Jackson Peters in left field in his first attempt. And then Ty Hanneborg at second in his second. As it's Adam Rutt at first. Pitch in is swung on and fouled down the third base side for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. 2 outs here, top of the 5th. We're flying through this ball game. A 2:10 start time, and we're already in the top of the 5th an hour later. 1 hour and 3 minutes have passed so far. It's 1-0 lead for the Nationals. Robinson's 0-1 pitch to Techmeyer. Beautiful curve, beautifully called, beautifully done. It's 0-2 now the count to Jaden Techmeyer. Nick Canant on deck with Nolan Hyde in the hole. As Robinson looks to end this inning without, again, giving up anything. The 0-2. That one slowly grounded on over to Easton Jones. Good glove. Throws it to first on the heater. It's there in time. Another beautiful inning from the Nationals defense. We're going to the bottom of the 5th with yet again a 1-0 lead in favor of the Nationals. Right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and as always, video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Buying a car? It's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
Back here, Cleveland Field, Nationals with a marginal 1-0 lead over number 2 seeded 5 Points Bank Hastings. 1 run on 4 hits, 1 error for the Nationals. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Our half-inning breaks is always brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game. That is Dave's Place Pizza and Wings. You can find out all their daily specials, wings and more, 1510 East 4th Street. So, leading off here in this bottom of the 5th, Blaze Zeiler. He has a single in his last plate appearance, past the outreach glove of Naz Robinson at shortstop. See what he can do as he swings and lines one into center field as Evan Rust easily comes on, and he'll get there and glove it for the first out of this 5th inning. Following that, now comes the second baseman, Ty Hanneborg, up to bat. He grounded out to Nick Canant in his first plate appearance, as Zeiler now having a word with Coach Holm on over at first base. Of course, the philosophy of this Nationals team is they don't really swing on the first pitch. As Ty Robinson looks to lay a bunt down, but we'll find a ball in there from Canant for strike number 1. Team more of a, while they are aggressive in their swings, not really a first pitch swinging type of squad, as Hanneborg will sky it back to the parking lot for strike number 2. It's 0-2 the count now. Young Jackson Peters on deck with Caden Johnson in the hole for the Nationals. Canaan up to 54 pitches, 33 strikes, 21 balls. 1-0 lead for the Nationals. Canaan gets a sign in from Rutt and fires. That one going to be grounded on over to Shagru, and on over to first it goes on an easy play There's 2 down now in this bottom of the 5th inning following the ground out from Ty Hanneborg. And here comes Jackson Peters. He grounded out to Parker Hodgen in his first plate appearance. Almost beat out the run from Hodgen. He kind of meandered his way to first, Parker Hodgen did, but the speed of Peters kind of surprised him and almost beat out the run, or beat out that kind of jog over and tap to first. But he'll be up for a second time, seeing if he can find a rhythm here. Is Canant's first pitch above the letters for ball number 1. Good patience from Peters. Caden Johnson on deck with Jack Polk in the hole. Johnson so far today 2 for 2 behind the plate. That one swung on and fouled off by Peters. It's 1-1 now. With 2 down and nobody on for the Nationals, they lead 1-0 in this bottom of the 5th inning. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Turned on to center field. It gets down for a base hit. Jackson Peters, in his first district game for seniors, gets a single into center field, and now with 2 down, gets aboard for the dangerous Caden Johnson. And now this is where things get a little scary for the side of 5 Points Bank Hastings. You have the speedy Jackson Peters at first, and then you have, of course, Caden Johnson, who's 2 for 2 today with 2 singles in the left field. So we'll see Nick Canant, though, who's had a really great pickoff pitch today. Let's see what he can try to do to maybe thwart the Nationals' steal attempt, where we know it's coming, as the first pitch is outside of Johnson for a ball, as Canant fires. Swung on, popped up, but will drift into the fans for strike number 1. On deck, Jack Polk with Landon Greeno in the hole for the Nationals. We've seen a couple times today the young fella, not just today, but this season, the young fellas have gotten picked off on the base pads, as Johnson swings on another one and will just foul it off for strike 2 against Canant. 1-2 the count now with 2 outs. Johnson looking to extend his hit palooza today. He's already at 2 for 2. Can he make it 3 for 3? Canant gets the sign in from Adam Rutt and now delivers his 1-2 pitch, but a pickoff attempt. It's not in time as Jackson Peters gets back to first safely. It's been a thing the Nationals have had to keep an eye on. Nick Canant with a very, very fast and quick pickoff throw. Peters, luckily enough, able to get back in time. 1-2 with 2 down. Canant gets set and fires. There goes Peters. That one low and away. The throw to second, not in time as Jackson Peters gets there with time to spare, and there's his first steal of the district tournament, Jackson Peters. It's a 2-2 count to the center fielder, Caden Johnson, and now if Joni can get one into the outfield for a hit, Jackson Peters most certainly will make it home with that speed. 2-2 as Nick Canant gets the sign from Adam Rutt. He'll glance at second and deliver it to Caden Johnson. As here it comes. That one's way outside. Oh, they're going to call time on Caden Johnson on that pitch, so we'll still stay at 2-2. The last second, Joni called a pause, and now with that, it's still a 2-2 count. That pitch way outside, but here we go again. Canant will now look to deliver his pitch. Here it comes. That one again way outside. Trying to get Johnson to swing, but the crafty American Legion veteran not falling for it. 3-2 now with 2 down. To center fielder Caden Johnson. Canant on the verge of walking Joni after having an advantageous 1-2 pitchers count. Canant shakes off a couple signs from Rutt. Likes what he sees as now Johnson once again will call time to focus back in. Peters still at second base for the Nationals with Jack Polk on deck and Landon Greeno in the hole. 3-2, Canant now will step off. And we'll do it once again. You know what they say, third time is a charm here. Canant, another glance at second, delivers. That one, ball fours its way outside the zone. And with that, Caden Johnson makes his way to first. And with 2 down, here comes Jack Polk. So far today for Jack, flew out to Jackson Chagru in his first plate appearance and then walked in his second. Has 2 runners on the base pads, potentially in scoring position if he can loft one into the outfield. and keep it in the park and out of reach of a Hastings player. As Canant has one fouled off by Polk on an off-speed. Strike number 1. Landon Greeno's on deck. Easton Jones in the hole for the Nationals. A huge opportunity for this Nationals squad to bring another run home as time's going to be called, and I maybe believe could be seeing potentially the end for Nick Canant. Interesting to see who they might throw out there. I have nobody warming up in the bullpen. I probably think it's just going to be a mound visit for Hastings, as again, still nobody's warming up. Nobody's warming up in either bullpen. I think the Nationals are more comfortable with how Ty Robinson's been playing this game than Hastings has been with Nick Canant. As Canant's struggling a bit more in this latter section of the game with his control. And now we potentially could see Hastings either throw in a new pitcher or go warm somebody up. As an 0-1 count into the shortstop, Jack Polk. Jackson Peters at second with Caden Johnson at first. Prime opportunity for the Nationals to continue their hit palooza and get more runners across. Canant will get the sign in from Adam Rutt and now look to deliver. That one down low for ball 1 on a fastball. 1-1 the count now. 66 pitches for Nick Canant, 39 strikes, 27 balls. Nationals lead 1-0. Got that run in the bottom of the first inning. Off a double from Easton Jones. The 1-1 turned on and driving to right field, but it will slice foul for strike number 2 from Jack Polk. So now a 1-2 count now from Canant to Polk with 2 runners in scoring position for the Nationals. As Canant will love the sign he gets from Adam Rutt and then now get ready to deliver. The pitch. Way outside and upstairs. Ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Even though the Nationals lead 1-0, I considered this at bat pretty big to maybe bring a safety runner home for the Nationals. 2-2. Curveball upstairs, ball 3. It's 3-2 now to Jack Polk. We could potentially be seeing the bases loaded for the Nationals here if Nick Canant can't find the zone on this next pitch, which brings up the ever-dangerous Landon Greeno. 3-2, Nick Canant steps and glances and fires it in. That's outside ball 4, and on a fastball, Jack Polk will take the stroll to first. And now the bases are loaded for Landon Greeno. So far, Greeno's 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts, but a huge opportunity for the first baseman who's had a superb second half of the season for the Nationals here to potentially bring many runs across. A fastball is high and tight inside for ball 1. Still no action in the bullpen for Hastings. I might stand corrected as they are getting somebody warmed up. It looks like are making their way to warm up. 1-0. Once again, an off-speed high, ball 2. Guys running out there so far. Eli Schneider will be the relief pitcher, it looks like, for Hastings. As out goes Adam Rutt to talk with Nick Canant as well as Naz Robinson. Easton Jones on deck with Dean McIntyre in the hole for this Nationals squad. Leading 1-0 with the bases loaded. Threatening to score once again to increase this lead. The 2-0 from Canant. Oh, it's going to bounce off the shoulder of Landon Greeno. And the Nationals get a run across following the hit by pitch. And just like that, the lead ever slowly grows more for this Nationals squad. A 2-0 lead to bring up to bat Easton Jones. He doubled over Dayton Espino in his first plate appearance in right field, but did fly out to Canant in his second plate appearance. Runners still on the base pad with the bases loaded for the Nationals. Johnson at third, Polk at second, Greeno at first. That curveball in there. Strike number 1 to Easton Jones. Dean McIntyre on deck with Logan Hayes in the hole for the Nationals. 0-1 now as Canant gets ready and fires away. Fastball below the knees for ball one. Now 75 pitches for Nick Canant. Probably going to see Eli Schneider next inning, maybe even this inning if all things go awry. The 1-1 from Nick Canant is high and tight, almost hitting the bat of Easton Jones. It's 2-1 now. As Canant into his motion delivers. Another off-speed pitch way upstairs. Ball three. It's 3-1 now to Easton Jones. Canant struggling with the strike zone in this inning, threatening to walk Jones and bring another runner home. The 3-1, it's tight inside, ball four, and another run comes across for the Nationals. It's 3-0 here in this bottom of the fifth inning. 2 runs have come across with the bases loaded, and now here comes an infield talk from everybody to try and calm down Nick Canant and give Eli Schneider more time to warm up. Caden Johnson came home, and with that it's Jack Polk at third, Greeno at second, and now Easton Jones at first. Dean McIntyre up to bat, struck out swinging in his first plate appearance, as now they actually might call it early, as out comes the Hastings pitching coach, and they are going to call it as Eli Schneider will come out with just barely a few pitches of warm-up, taking over now for Canant. 78 pitches, 41 strikes, 37 balls today for Nick Canant. He'll probably take over at short for Naz Robinson. As on now comes Schneider for his appearance today. As the Nationals, man, have just played their game, and that's really due in part to a great effort on the mound from Ty Robinson. Robinson really having a good game here for FNBO. As Jackson Shagru moves over to first, and then I believe Nick Canant will now move on over to second base. So with Eli Schneider coming in to pitch for Hastings, Schneider really only had maybe a handful of warm-up pitches before Hastings made the call to switch on over. And that's a little bit of a scary situation for 5 Points Bank, as any more walks that are drawn thanks to Eli Schneider's pitches mean more runs will come across for this Nationals team, already leading 3-0 in the bottom of the fifth inning. Dean McIntyre, the batter up for the Nationals, because I said earlier, 0 for 2 today. But a prime opportunity for the catcher to get things rolling in terms of more runs to come across for this Nationals squad. As Eli Schneider probably gets, I think, one more warm-up pitch in, as Easton Jones will make his way on over to first. So how can this Nationals offense continue to bring runs across as they now lead 3-0 in the bottom of the fifth inning? Yes, bottom of the fifth. 2 runs have already come across on 1 hit by pitch and then a walk. And now, with Dean McIntyre up, not having the best hitting performance today, can he get his bat to spark alive when it's needed most and drive more runs home? As Eli Schneider, the lefty, now will fire into McIntyre. It's outside on a fastball. Ball number 1. Logan Hayes on deck with Blaze Zeiler in the hole for the Nationals here, leading 3-0 in this game number 2 of the District A7 tournament. Game was supposed to be played yesterday, but due to weather, it's played today. That one swung on missed by McIntyre. That was in the turf. Strike number one. It's 1-1 now. Still 2 outs here in this bottom of the fifth. Doesn't look like the Nationals will go to their bullpen, thinking Ty Robinson can make it the whole way. 1-1 the count. The pitch. Swing and a miss from Dean McIntyre. It's strike number 2. 1-2 the count. With the bases loaded, 2 down, 3-0 lead for the Nationals. Eli Schneider now delivers to McIntyre. It's outside on a fastball. Ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Two and two down. Schneider steps and delivers. That one smothered to left field, but absolutely pulled foul. I mean, it had the distance to go all the way out of this park, but McIntyre pulls it too far to foul territory. 2-2 the count now. Again, 3:30 in left field here at Cleveland Park. And Schneider with another pitch. Here it comes. That one grounded on over to the third baseman, and he'll just easily step on third, and that's how this inning will come to an end. But the Nationals did get 2 key runs to come across as we make our way top of the 6th inning. A 3-0 lead. Ty Robinson back out on the mound when we come back here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today, or go online 24/7 at billsummers.com.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Park. Cleveland Field, Nationals with a now 3-0 lead over 5 Points Bank Hastings. 3 runs on 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for the Nationals. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Ty Robinson still on the mound for the Nationals with no signs of him being relieved. Of course, our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group, his location. 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Nationals 9 outs away from making it to the next round of the A7 District Tournament. They'll be facing off yet again here against, now up to bat being Nick Canant. He's 0 for 1 today. Did walk in his last plate appearance, but flew out to Jackson Peters in his first. Will face Ty Robinson as that one's lined into left field for a base hit. The third hit today for 5 Points Bank Hastings, and now a runner gets on for Hastings with Canant as he singles one past the glove of Jack Polk. And now Nolan Hyde will make an appearance. 0 for 2 today with 1 ground out and a pop fly to Caden Johnson. Another beautiful curve from Ty Robinson. Finds the middle of the zone. Strike 1. Caleb Wallmeyer's on deck with in the hole Naz Robinson. Nationals do have 2 runs to play with after that inning. That one gloved up. The throw to first. Hits in time. A double play. Nick Canant flies off of first base as Nolan Hyde lines it out to Easton Jones at third. And there are 2 outs in this top of the 6th inning. What a play and awareness by Easton Jones to throw out Canant at first following the line out. And just like that, Caleb Wallmeyer now appears with 2 outs in this top of the 6th inning. As Ty Robinson fires it in. Another beautiful curve. Oh, just outside for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count now. Naz Robinson on deck. Dayton Espino in the hole. 5 points, Bank Hastings. Next pitch. That one going to be grounded on over to Landon Greeno, who gloves it. And we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Nationals cleaning it up on the defensive side of things. We'll now see if they can continue to put more runs across when we come back here to Cleveland Field. FM 98.1 and 1410 and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place. Whoop, whoop.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you'd like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back and into one Cleveland Field. Nationals with a 3-0 lead over 5 points, Bank Hastings, as that's 3 runs on 5 hits. 1 error for the Nationals, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error for 5 points, Bank Hastings. I mean, what could have potentially last inning been a little bit of a scary situation with a runner getting on and potentially moving turns into a beautiful defensive stop from the Nationals after a good glove by Easton Jones on a line drive at third. Knowing his awareness, gunned it to first, and there was 2 down. And now the Nationals are just 6 outs away from moving on to take on Grand Island Home Federal up next. First pitch, though, into Logan Hayes from Eli Schneider is there for strike number 1, following the foul ball, and his off-speed pitch will dip below the knees for ball number 1. Hayes today flew out in his first plate appearance to left field, and then, of course, grounded out to Shagru at second in his second appearance. 1-1 count is turned on and lined foul down the third base side for the second strike of this at-bat. It's 1-2 the count. On deck, Blaze Zeiler with Ty Hanneborg for the Nationals. Here comes the potential 10th pitch from Eli Schneider as he delivers. Curveball just sinks in, and it's there for strike number 3. Down goes Hayes looking. Just like that, there's 1 out here in this bottom of the 6th inning as Blaze Zeiler now will appear. Zeiler so far today 1 for 2, singled in his first plate appearance past the glove of Naz Robinson at short, and then flew out to Evan Rust in his second plate appearance. We'll see a fastball from Schneider in there. Strike number 1. It's 0-1 now the count. On deck, Ty Hanneborg, and then the young Jackson Peters in the hole. Schneider steps and fires his 0-1. Now going to probably progress to an 0-2 as it sneaks in for the second strike. 0-2 with 1 down here in this bottom of the 6th inning. Schneider steps and delivers again. Another curve that's lined into right field, but gloved up by Dayton Espino for the second out of this bottom of the 6th inning. Had a little bit of travel, but couldn't get far enough away from Dayton Espino, and just like that, 2 down for Ty Hanneborg. He's grounded out in both of his appearances today. The first to Nick Canant, and then the second to Jackson Shagru at second. Now with 2 down, can he find a base hit as he swings and misses for strike number 1? Jackson Peters on deck. He's 1 for 2 today, and then Caden Johnson in the hole for the Nationals. 0-1 now to the second baseman, Ty Hanneborg. Next pitch, turned on, but popped behind our press box for strike number 2. It's an 0-2 count now to the second baseman, as Ty Hanneborg gets ready to rock and rumble for his next pitch that he'll receive from Schneider. as he gets the sign and fires in. That one lofted up and will find its way into the gap between Dayton Espino and Ty Hanneborg's now going to push it to 2. A throw from Espino, not going to get there in time as Ty Hanneborg is able to slide in with a double. Espino couldn't really get the transition from glove to throwing hand perfectly, and because of that, Ty Hanneborg recognized it and bolted his way to second. And with 2 down, there's a runner in scoring position for the Nationals with Jackson Peters up to bat. The young man making his way from Hastings as the Nationals junior team had their season come to an end. Spot start here, his first district seniors appearance. Had a single up in center field in his last plate appearance against Canant. What can he do against Schneider as he'll see a pitch outside for ball number 1, 1-0 now. Hanneborg, the speedster, at second. Caden Johnson on deck with Jack Polk in the hole. The 1-0 from Schneider now into Peters. Curveball swung on. It stays fair down the third base line. Here comes Ty Hanneborg. He will score. And Jackson Peters gets his second hit today and his second district hit. And just like that, the Nationals increase their lead 4-0. How about the young kid in a spot start in his first seniors district appearance? Not only is able to single it, but able to now hit another ball and bring a run home. How about it, Jackson Peters? He'll now look to steal as Caden Johnson lofts one up on over. It's going to be Shagru who tries to glove it in foul territory, but can't do so. It's strike number 1. And love what I see from Jackson Peters, who's slowly this season been starting to find some momentum, not only at the juniors level, but whenever he's been given a small opportunity at the seniors level, he's been really starting to find his own. Now an 0-1 count to Johnson as once again Peters will take off. Be an easy pickoff as he got a little bit ahead of himself, and that's how this inning comes to an end. The young man jumping the gun before lefty Eli Schneider throws it in, but with that run that came across, the Nationals' lead is now 4-0 as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Last potential inning for the Nationals in this ball game. Can they hold the fort down when we come back here, Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, video live streaming as always, NorthPlattePost.com.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese. He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Welcome back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals at the moment leading now 4-0 over 5 Points Bank Hastings in this upper bracket second game for the Nationals. Naz Robinson's up to bat against Ty Robinson as his first pitch is outside and in. Ball number 1, 1-0 to Robinson. Nationals able to get a run across thanks to Jackson Peters' single into left field that brought Ty Hanneborg home. As the next pitch from Robinson is blowing away for ball 2. He's up to 85 pitches so far for Ty Rob. Half Inning Breaks is always brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Next pitch from Ty Robinson there, strike number 1, 2-1 now the count to the now still shortstop Naz Robinson as he'll fly one out into right field for strike number 2 following the foul ball. On deck for 5 Points Bank Hastings, Dayton Espino, and then Jackson Shagru. Here comes the 2-2 from Ty Rob. High upstairs on a fastball. Ball 3, 3-2 the count now. Robinson, 88 pitches so far, making his way towards 100 and a complete game shutout. Here comes a 3-2 from Ty Robinson. Swing and a miss, down goes Naz Robinson, and just like that, the Nationals collect not only the first out of this inning, but the second strikeout for Ty Robinson in this top of the 7th inning. As up to bat, Dayton Espino comes for his second appearance. He singled into right field over the head of Ty Hanneborg in his first appearance, but grounded out to Easton Jones in his second. Hastings down to just 2 outs. Next pitch from Ty Robinson. Very far outside for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count now. 4-0 lead for FNBO. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Nationals. No runs on 3 hits, 1 error for Hastings. The windup from Ty Robinson. Swung on and missed by Espino for strike number 1. It's 1-1 the count now. One and one, 1 out. As Ty Robinson steps and fires. Ooh, pitch way outside. Tried to go back to that off speed, but couldn't get a good grip on it. 2-1 now to the right fielder Espino. Shakru on deck with Rutt in the hole. Another off speed way outside. It's 3-1 now as Coach Holm giving Ty Robinson a little bit of encouragement. 3-1 now to Espino as Ty Robinson with 1 out trying to keep this game in it. We'll make that ball 4 as it's in the turf. And on over to first goes Espino as now it's Shagru's turn to make an appearance. 0 for 2 today from Jackson Shagru. Lined out to Easton Jones in his first at-bat at third and then flew out to Ty Hanneborg in shallow second base. And now out comes Coach Ricky Holm to have a talk with Ty Robinson. Nationals so far today have pulled some good two double plays defensively. They have Espino at first, not a speedster for Hastings. Following Shagru, Adam Rutt, then Evan Rust. So far it's 8, 9, and 1 are currently due up here. 1 down here in this top of the 7th. Potential last inning of work for Hastings as the Nationals lead 4-0. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for FNBO. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for 5 Points Bank Hastings. Ty Robinson now with his 95th pitch. It's in there. Oh, my good heavens. Oh, another pitch that's just barely outside. I mean, it looked clear as day in the zone, but home plate umpire calls it a ball. It's 1-0 now. Robinson's next pitch into Shagru. That time, no doubter that it's a strike. 1-1. Espino at first. Shagru up to bat with 1 out here in this top of the 7th inning. Winner goes on to the next game, which is immediately after this one against 5 Points Bank Hastings. Check swing as an off-speed's off the mark. Ball 2, 2-1 the count now. Two and one with 1 out. Next pitch from Ty Robinson is in there. Another pitch that's outside. 3-1 now. The pitch count to Jackson Shagru. And now things can get a little dicey here for the Nationals. Don't want to put too many men aboard. Espino's still on over at first. 3-1 the count with 1 out. The pitch. That one in the turf once again. Ball 4. And Shagru makes his way to first. And now there's 2 aboard. And now we could be seeing Easton Jones make an appearance for relief. And yep, he will. He takes off his sleeve, and now here comes Easton Jones to close this game out. But what a performance for the senior Ty Robinson in his last start. Really wanted to make it through the entire game. Almost did so, but fantastic work from Ty Robin. His last appearance for the Nationals, potentially, again, his last appearance here in districts, went almost the full game. Gave up only 3 hits, and no runs have come across, as now Easton Jones will come in to potentially get the save and pick up a Nationals victory. Dayton Espino is at second with Jackson Shagru at first. Robinson, 99 pitches today, 51 strikes, 48 balls. So what can Easton Jones do? Didn't really think Jones got a lot of warm-up pitches in between innings, but he will make an appearance here. He'll be facing Adam Rutt. Rutt singled in his last plate appearance past Ty Hanneborg. Grounded out in his first back to Ty Robinson. So here we go. Taking over at third base now is going to be Logan Hayes with Easton Jones on at the plate. So a force out at third if it's grounded, but a potential double play at any bag but home. As Easton Jones now will, after tying his shoe, continue his warm-up pitches for the Nationals, looking pretty on point. Easton Jones is with the pitches. Rutt on deck. Rust in the hole. Rust is on deck. Rutt is at bat. And then Jaden Techmeyer in the hole for 5 points, Bank Hastings. So here we go. 1 out. 2 runners are on at second and first. Espino at second. Shagru at first. Nationals with a commanding 4-0 lead. So here comes Adam Rutt, the catcher, for his third appearance. What damage can he do with 2 runners on for Hastings? This is the best time and the best moment this game that Hastings has had opportunity to score with 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position. As the righty Easton Jones fires. Beautiful off-speed will find its way in. Strike number 1 to Rutt. 0-1 now the count. Oh, 1 out. Jones glances at second and fires. Fastball way outside, but good glove from Dean McIntyre to not let it sneak away. 1-1 the count with 1 out here. Again, winner of this game will move on to face Grand Island Home Federal immediately after the conclusion of this one. The 1-1 now from Jones. Popped up. Drifting on over. Greeno going to get up underneath it. He's running. He gets it there and gloves it for out number 2. And here comes the potential last batter today for 5 points Bank Hastings in this ballgame. It's Evan Rust. He's walked in 2 of his plate appearances and struck out looking in his last. Nationals on the verge of moving on to the next round, the A7 District Tournament. When I say next round, I mean the next game, which is immediately after this one. As Easton Jones will take a long gander at second to Espino. Here's his pitch. It's in there for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to Evan Rust with 2 down. Jones, long glance at second, fires away. That pitch low and down. Ball number 1. 1-1 the count. With 2 down here in this top of the 7th inning. Easton Jones will take his glance at second and fire in. Another fastball that's outside. 2-1 the count. On deck, Jaden Techmeyer with Nick Canant in the hole for Hastings. Jones, long glance at Techmeyer, at Espino at second. A good pitch at the letters, but they'll say it's high. Ball 3 on a fastball. It's 3-1 the count now. Again, the Nationals have 4 runs to work with here, leading 4-0. Though, Nationals and Coach Holm love to get out right here. 3-1. In there, strike number 2. 3-2 count to Evan Rust as he gets set and ready to rock and roll. Rust at the plate. 3-2. Here comes Easton Jones. Swing and a miss. The game is over. The Nationals have defeated the Demon that has been Hastings by a score of 4-0, shutting out the 5 points Bank Chiefs and move on to take on Grand Island Home Federal right after this game. Well, actually right now. That's when the game's going to happen. They've now sent Hastings to the lower bracket. The Nationals with a 4-0 victory. 4 runs on 7 hits, 1 error, compared to no runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the side of 5 Points Bank Hastings. My good heavens, what a game from this squad. We're going to step aside and take a break. When we come back, a short quick stop post-game show as we get you ready for North Platte taking on Grand Island Home Federal. When we come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Nicole is having her favorite Runza salad.
The something something ranch salad.
It's the chicken bacon ranch salad.
Buddy, you can put whatever else you want around it. I'm here for the ranch.
I'm with you. Runza's homemade ranch is perfect. It's so good. A classic.
It's literally the only reason I like salad.
Great point. Come get a salad with your ranch. Try Runza's chicken bacon ranch salad today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals with a dominating 4-0 victory over 5 Points Bank Hastings, and they are making their way into the next round of the upper bracket, taking on Grand Island Home Federal right here in about 30 minutes. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error compared to no runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Hastings. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game from this squad. Ty Robinson on the mound almost made it the whole game, but in his last district appearance and last district start, comes up with the victory and winning it for the Nationals 4-0. Great job, and we will see what happens next against Grand Island. So with that, I'm going to step aside real quick. I'll take a break, but when I come back here to Cleveland Field, Nationals against Grand Island Home Federal, right here at FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
and 1410 AM.
The following is a North Platte Post sports presentation. It's time for FNBO American Legion Baseball with the North Platte Post and FM 98.1.
Get set, and oh my God, there goes Blaze Seiler! He did it! He successfully stole home!
Today's game is brought to you in part by Sandhills State Bank, Premier Toyota, Dave's Place Pizza and Wings, CT Computer Services, the Shelter Insurance Boys, Pete Voles, Brett Rogo, and Matthew Musselman.
That one smashed into left field. It's going all the way. Make that 2 home runs today for Jack Polk.
FNBO Baseball also brought to you in part by Great Plains Sports and Therapy, Larry's Glass, Bill Summers Ford, the DNN Event Center, Larry's RV, Double Dip Ice Creamery, Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group, Great Plains Home Care Equipment, Runza, Puro Clean, CIO Wealth Strategies, and the North Platte Public Schools.
Sides turned on by Blaze Seiler. It's going all the way. It's out of here. The Nationals have done it. Blaze Seiler has hit a home run to walk it off.
Let's play ball. FNBO Baseball from FM 98.1 and AM 1410 while live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Here's the voice of the Nationals, Paxton Gordon.
Oh, hey everybody! Welcome back to Cleveland Field. FNBO Nationals taking on Grand Island Home Federal, the number 1 seed versus the number 3 seed with a state berth on the line. That's right, a potential state berth on the line between these two teams. But before I get into that, we got some national anthems to play. I'll step aside once more and we come back. More Quick Stop pregame show and game time right here at FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
Amy is trying the new BLT Junior wrap from Runza.
You will never guess all the good stuff they've got in here. They've got bacon.
Well, yeah, it's a BLT.
They've also got lettuce.
Yep, the L in BLT.
And even, you'll never guess.
Tomatoes? It's a BLT.
You're good.
So is the new BLT Junior wrap at Runza. Come see for yourself. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. It's the game of all games. The chance at a state berth, a state tournament berth, is on the line right here between the FNBO Nationals and Grand Island Home Federal. These two teams are still in the upper bracket. Winner moves on to the championship game on Tuesday and automatically gains a spot at the state tournament coming up next weekend. Loser will go to the lower bracket and face the winner of Scottsbluff Hastings tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It is time. It is time for our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District in North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. Hey, plus they also have available the ice cream trailer for all your outdoor events. Starting on the side of the home team once again, the FNBO Nationals. Caden Jones will be batting in center field at the leadoff position with Jack Polk at shortstop. Landon Greeno will be taking the mound today for the Nationals in the 3-hole with Easton Jones at first base in the 4-hole. Dean McIntyre at catcher in the 5-hole with Logan Hayes at third base. Blaze Zeiler in right field, Ty Hanneborg at second, and Jackson Peters in left field. For the side of Grand Island Home Federal, Sam Dinkelman, the shortstop, will be leading off for Grand Island Home Federal at shortstop again. Ethan Foley at second base with Broxton Barrientos in center field. Gabe Ruiz at first with Ian Aarons in right field. Grayson Sack, the designated hitter, with Gage Gannon catching for Grand Island Home Federal. Ryan Kostler at third base, Trent Verplank at left, and then on the mound, Ethan Kostler for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Landon Greeno, the lefty, will now be facing off against the first batter today, Sam Dinkelman, for Grand Island Home Federal. He'll see a pitch, Dinkelman. That's just outside and low for ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. Nationals on the verge of making their first state appearance since, I believe, 2019. If they can get to it. Have to take through the toughest team in the District A7 bracket. Grand Island Home Federal is the next pitch from Landon Greeno outside ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Again, this team that the Nationals face, Grand Island Home Federal, smashed them earlier in this season. A 2-game sweep as that's above the letters. Ball 4, and with that a 4-pitch walk as Dinkelman makes his way on over to first base. It was a pretty nasty. That was during the time where the Nationals had lost, I believe, or was the start of their 8-game losing streak heading into the CWS tournament. Now, this Nationals team, a completely different squad, as they are now winners of 17 of their last 18 games, and now on a 12-game winning streak, coming in to face the number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal. Following the walk to Sam Dinkelman, it's Ethan Foley up to bat as the lefty. Landon Greeno's next pitch outside ball 1. It's currently 5 straight pitches of balls from Landon Greeno. Greeno on the mound these last couple of appearances has been pretty consistent and really, really good. As he'll try to pick off Dinkelman at first, and Dinkelman gets back. So, a very valuable starter in the rotation for the Nationals as they try to take down one of the toughest opponents they've seen all season. Next pitch from Greeno is down in the turf, ball 2. It's 2-0 the count, 6th straight ball. I wouldn't be shocked if Greeno walks this batter. Might see Coach have a word with him as out goes Dean McIntyre to have a talk with Landon Greeno. Jones at first this game with Logan Hayes at third base, again with the mix-up of the infield with Greeno pitching. See how things go between these two squads. 2-0 with nobody out. Sam Dinkelman at first base for Grand Island Home Federal. Greeno, deep breath, will take a glance at Dinkelman and fire. There's the first strike of this ball game as it sneaks in to Ethan Foley. Strike number 1, 2-1 the count now. On deck, Broxton Barrientos with Gabe Ruiz in the hole for Grand Island Home Federal. Dinkelman at first. As Landon Greeno glances at first and now delivers his 2-1. Swung on, smothered out to left field. Jackson Peters running on for it, and he gloves it for out number 1 in deep left field territory. Good run from the side of Jackson Peters to get the first out of this inning as down goes Ethan Foley. As now it's Broxton Barrientos up to bat here for Grand Island Home Federal. Still Dinkelman at first with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Greeno, deep breath, his first pitch. Really off the mark curve as it slips out of his hand and drifts way too high. Ball number 1. 1-0 the count now as Greeno delivers his next attempt. That one smothered out to left field. It stays foul as there's strike number 1. Hard hit ball from Barrientos, but slices foul. It's 1-1 the count. Kirby Wells head coach for Grand Island Home Federal, on over at third base. 1-1 the count now to Barrientos as Greeno delivers. Another attempt at an off-speed curve that slips out of his hands outside. 2-1 now the count to Barrientos. Gabe Ruiz on deck with Ian Aarons in the hole. Next pitch from Greeno. That one skied into the heavens. I think getting up underneath it is going to be the side of Ty Hanneborg at second. And he gets there and gloves it for out number 2. Good pitch from Greeno to get Barrientos popping up. And now up to bat here with 2 down, Gabe Ruiz. Ruiz plays first base, but also made an appearance in the last game for Grand Island Home Federal in relief for Cohen Nelson. Of course, Nelson, a Cloud City College, community college commit. Had a pretty tough game against Kearney earlier today. Got kind of roughed up, gave up 4 runs. But now won't be seeing him as there's a big old swing and a miss from Gabe Ruiz for strike number 1 from Landon Greeno. Ian Aarons on deck with Grayson Sack in the hole. 2 down in this top of the first inning. No runs, no hits from either side. The pitch. That one grounded on over to Logan Hayes. He'll glove it and throw it on over to first in time. And this inning comes to an end after a pretty rocky start from Landon Greeno. He's able to lock it in and get this inning out with nothing coming across. We're still tied 0-0 as we make our way to the bottom of the first inning. We come back here, FM 98.1, AM 1410. And, as always, you'll have stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Well, back here, Cleveland Field, Nationals tied up with Grand Island Home Federals. We make our way bottom of the first inning, 0-0 the score. No runs, no hits, no errors on either side. Again, our half inning breaks, as always, brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As now up to bat here for the side of the Nationals for the first time in this game number 2, Caden Johnson. We're facing off against Ethan Kostler, his brother Ryan Kostler, on over at third base for Grand Island Home Federal. First pitch to Joni is upstairs for ball number 1 from Kostler. Following Caden Johnson, it's, of course, Jack Polk, and then pitcher Landon Greeno in the hole. Again, thank you to our sponsors, Dave's Place, Pizza and Wings. To find out more, 1510 East 4th Street. For all their daily specials, wings and more as Johnson turns on it, but skies it up. Sam Dinkelman gets underneath it and gloves it at deep shortstop for out number 1. Now it's Jack Polk's turn to appear. He's had a tough districts here this week. Of course, gave up those 3 runs in his so far lone start for the Nationals at districts against Kearney. And then really hasn't been able to find any momentum behind the plate as well. But maybe here's the game that it all turns around as a big fastball from Ethan Kostler blows right past Jack Polk on the swing, strike number 1. 2-1 the count now with 1 out. As Kostler takes a deep breath, gets set, and here comes his next pitch. Another fastball. This time it's in the turf for ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. Again, winner of this game gets an automatic berth into the state tournament next weekend as they go to the championship match of districts. Loser goes to face the winner of Hastings Scotts Bluff tomorrow at 4. Off-speed curve in strike number 2 around the letters It's now a 1-2 count to shortstop Jack Polk as Ethan Kostler looks for his second out of this inning. The 1-2 pitch from the righty Kostler is on its way. Jack Polk turns on one, drives one into shallow right field. Up comes Ian Ahrens, and he gets there in plenty of time to make the second out. And with that, we now go to Landon Greeno with 2 down to see what the pitcher Greeno can do. Of course, walked the first batter he saw today on the mound, but really came up clutch in the latter portion of the inning in a quick 1-2-3. And with that, we now are here with his batting attempt to see with 2 down he can make some magic happen. Ethan Kostler now will get into his motion and fire the first pitch. Turned on by Greeno, slowly over to Ethan Foley at second. He guns it to first in time, and that's how this inning will come to an end. A quick 1-2-3 for the Nationals to start in their half, and with that, we're going to go to the top of the second inning. It's a 0-0 ball game. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, 1410 and video live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today or go online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
Welcome back here, Cleveland Field. It's now top of the second inning. Nationals tied with Grand Island Home Federal. 0-0. Our half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Ow, my rear end. Kevin, you can call Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. You know, I made that comment because I got some bar stools I'm sitting on here at Scottsbluff. Pretty hard wood, and you know, when you've been sitting here for a couple hours, well, basically since 9 a.m., your rear end starts to hurt a little bit. As the first pitch into Ian Ahrens from Landon Greeno is there for strike number 1. I know, sorry, TMI, I didn't mean to say, do that, but just had to make it be known. Beautiful curve from Greeno. Strike number 2 got Ahrens all walked up. It's now 0-2 to the right fielder as Greeno looks more locked in to start this second inning. As the lefty likes what he sees from Dean McIntyre and fires in. That one grounded, and it's going to be out of the reach of Ty Hanneborg. First hit today for Grand Island Home Federal, and Ian Ahrens gets on with the single into right field. And with that, one runner gets aboard yet again for Grand Island. Happened last inning on a walk to Dinkelman, but he really didn't advance anywhere after that. But now Garrison Sack comes up to bat. Gage Cannon on deck with Ryan Kostler in the hole for Grand Island Home Federal. Next curveball from Greeno. Doesn't get the dip he liked to see, and it's ball number 1. Want to know the count now. It's a pretty tough showing here for the Nationals in terms of how they're going to make their way potentially to the championship match, having to play back-to-back games, drawing the short end of the stick as a big ol' swing and a miss. Garrison Sack for strike number 1. Of course, Grand Island Home Federal opened the day today against Kearney in the quote-unquote winners-losers bracket. Of course, Kearney got the unfortunate odds of, after losing to the Nationals, I say that a ball sky right on over to left field as Jackson Peters gets under it for strike number 1. But, of course, Kearney had the honors of, once losing to the Nationals, facing off against Grand Island Home Federal. And it was a pretty, I want to say, smooth-sailing victory for Grand Island Home Federal. Cohen Nielsen kind of got rocked a little bit by that Kearney squad, and now that Grand Island got one game off before they get to play again here. Nationals, though, just finished their game against Hastings. A slow grounder. It's going to be gloved up by Logan Hayes, but they're going to say it's fouled off by Gage Cannon for strike number 1. Again, winner of this game goes straight to the championship match on Tuesday and automatically gets a berth into the state tournament next Saturday. They would be in the American division if they're the number 1 seed, or they make it to the championship as the winner's bracket winner, as that one's fouled off again by Gannon. Loser who goes through the loser's bracket will then be on the National League side. The American League side is in Elkhorn, if I remember correctly. An 0-2 count into Gage Gannon as Landon Greeno trying to find the second out of this inning. Ooh, that's just above the letters there. Ball number 1, even though Gage Gannon is quite tall, it's a little too far above the letters. 1-2 the count now with 1 out. Still at first base, Ian Ahrens for Grand Island Home Federal. Lefty Greeno taking some quick glances at him and fires. That one's in the turf, gets away from Dean McIntyre, and he can't glove it up. And with that, Ahrens will scamper on over to second, following the passed-up ball. With that, a 2-2 count to Gage Gannon, the catcher. Ryan Kostler on deck with Trent Verplank in the hole for the number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal, threatening to score with a runner at second base. Greeno with his 2-2 pitch will glance at second and deliver it. Another curveball that's way outside. It's ball 3. Greeno having a tough time with his off speeds today, and a lot of them really far off the plate. So it's a 3-2 count now to Gannon. With Ahrens at second base, threatening to score in this top of the second. Greeno sets and fires. That one smashed into left field. It will be pulled foul. So we'll still stay at 2-2 count. That was the 5th pitch of this at-bat. And now, moving our way on over to pitch number 6. A 3-2 count to Gage Gannon as Landon Greeno delivers. Right down the middle, smashed once again into left field, but pulled foul. So we'll still kick it at 3-2. Still one runner on, Ian Ahrens at second base for Grand Island Home Federal in this top of the second inning. Greeno, up to 27 pitches so far in this ball game, will get the sign and fire away. That one, little blooped up, but it falls into the grandstands for another foul ball. 3 straight foul balls from Gage Gannon. Gannon and Greeno really going at it here in this at-bat. This will be big for the Nationals if they can get that out here. As Landon Greeno likes the sign he sees from Dean McIntyre, and he will attack the strike zone right here. Up, and that's too high for ball number 4 after a big long battle between the two. It ends in a walk as Gage Gannon will meander on over to first to get 2 runners on with 1 out in this top of the second to bring up Ryan Kostler, brother to Ethan Kostler. As he now will go up to take his first swings today. He's got 2 runners on. Ian Ahrens at second. Gage Gannon on over at first. As Landon Greeno gets ready to fire his first pitch into Kostler. It's fouled off into right field for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. 2 runners on for Grand Island Home Federal at first and second. This top of the second. Greeno almost at 30 pitches through the 2 innings. The 0-1 to Kostler. That one grounded on over to Logan Hayes. He'll throw it on to second, on to first. It's not in time as it's going to sneak away from Easton Jones at first base. And with that, there are 2 down in this inning as they tried to convert the double play, but got the runner out at second. Gannon. So reaching on a fielder's choice there is Ryan Kostler. And now Trent Verplank will appear for his first time today with a potential opportunity to bring the first run home for Grand Island Home Federal. Ian Ahrens at third base as Landon Greeno steps off to take a breath. There are 2 outs here in this top of the second inning. As Greeno will glance at first to Kostler and fire in. Beautiful curve, but just a smidge above the lettering. Ball number 1, it's 1-0 the count now. Want to know to Verplank. As Landon Greeno will deliver his 31st pitch. Swing and a miss for strike. Number 1, it's 1-1 the count now. That was actually his correction. 32nd pitch for Landon Greeno. So depending on how things go, the Nationals could throw Jack Polk tomorrow if they lose, or save him for the championship game if they win. A lot of scenarios that could play out here tonight. 1-1 from Landon Greeno. Verplank doesn't swing as it's above the lettering again on a fastball this time. 2-1 the count. Sam Dinkelman on deck with Ethan Foley in the hole. It's 9-1-2 that are currently up to bat. As Greeno steps off, 2-1 the count again. Runners at the corners for Grand Island Home Federal, threatening to score here in this top of the second inning. Greeno takes a glance on over at first and fires in. That pitch is also outside and high for ball 3 on a fastball. Landon Greeno, 16 balls, 18 strikes, 34 total pitches so far in this game, and we're already in the top of the second inning. Struggling with some efficiency to lead off. Here comes a 3-1 from the first baseman Greeno now on pitching, and it's tight inside ball 4, and the bases are loaded, and probably might see Coach Ricky Holm step out to have a word with Greeno potentially. As Sam Dinkelman now appears. Dinkelman walked in his first plate appearance against Landon Greeno. Now has the bases loaded for Grand Island Home Federal with 2 down in this top of the second inning. Ethan Foley on deck with Broxton Barrientos in the hole. As Landon Greeno will fire his first pitch in to Dinkelman. He checks swings, and it's in the turf for ball 1. 1-0 the count now. As Greeno now will get set and ready to rock and roll. On his next pitch, swing and a miss by Dinkelman there, strike number 1. With that, a 1-1 count now to Sam Dinkelman, the shortstop. Good fastball there from Landon Greeno. So now will look to commit his 38th pitch. Curveball is high around the head of Dinkelman for ball 2. It's 2-1 the count. Two and 1, 2 down here in this top of the second. Landon Greeno up to bat, or excuse me, up to pitch once again. Here comes his 2-1 in with the bases loaded. Turned on and missed by Sam Dinkelman. Going for the fences with the swing. 2-2 the count now. Greeno would love to get out of this bases loaded log jam without giving up a run. 2-2 with 2 down to Dinkelman. Greeno, deep breath, delivers in. Swing and a miss. Down goes Sam Dinkelman. And with that, we're going to the bottom of the second inning. The bases were loaded, but Landon Greeno gets out of the jam unscathed. And when we come back, can the Nationals convert on their offense? We come back to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place. Whoop, whoop.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals tied up with Grand Island Home Federal in this bottom of the second inning. Our bottom of the second brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Its location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Also, thank you to our sponsors here for today's game, Sand Hills State Bank. Most committed brand of banking. Locations in North Platte, Ogallala, Grant, and many more. Ethan Jones, my good heavens, it's been a long day today. Easton Jones up to bat against Ethan Kostler. As Jones will ground one on over to Ryan Kostler. The glove by Dinkelman. The throw to first is not in time as it missed out of Ryan Kostler's glove. And then Dinkelman had a tough play to make it to first. Can't do so. So Easton Jones gets the first hit for the Nationals here today with Dean McIntyre. Oh, wrong team. Dean McIntyre now up to bat, with the runner at first being Jones. Logan Hayes on deck, Blaze Zeiler in the hole for the Nationals. Ryan Kostler, 9 total pitches so far. A far cry from Landon Greeno's 40. First pitch from Kostler to Dean McIntyre is lined into center field for a base hit. First hit today for Dean McIntyre, and it comes at a great time as he gets 2 runners now on for the Nationals. And here comes courtesy runner. I believe that's going to be Tyler Townsend will be courtesy running for Dean McIntyre. Townsend normally gets to start in left field, but Jackson Peters, who finished up juniors tournament, has been taken over today in left. So Townsend at first, Jones at second. Infield playing for a bunt from Logan Hayes, who's up to bat. Kostler glances at second. His first pitch into Hayes, who looks to lay the bunt down. Does so beautifully. Gloved up by Kostler to throw to first in time, but that does advance the runners up 1 base pad. So a beautifully put down bunt from the young Logan Hayes gets the runners moved up 1 base pad. And now Blaze Zeiler, who's having a great, not just day today, but great tournament, now comes up to bat with an opportunity to score both runners. Townsend at second. Easton Jones at third. Ryan Kostler still on the mound. Ethan Kostler still on the mound, as he'll fire his first pitch in. That's at the letters and in for strike number 1 to Blaze Zeiler. On deck, Ty Hanneborg with Jackson Peters in the hole. 1 out here, bottom of the second inning. A 0-0 lead for nobody as we're tied up. Ethan Kostler gets the sign from Gage Gannon, delivers his next pitch. That's way outside. Oh, gets away from Gannon a little bit, but not far enough to advance any of the runners. 1-1 now. 2 hits have already been accrued for the Nationals, all coming in this inning. They're now threatening to score with runners at second and third. And actually a pretty potent part of the lineup that's been absolutely crushing it today. 7, 8, 9, just a smidge early. It's 1-2 the count now, with 1 out. As Ethan Kostler gets the sign from Gage Gannon. Long glance at third. His 1-2 pitch to Blaze Zeiler. Here it comes. 2-2 the count now to Blaze Zeiler. Ty Hanneborg on deck. Jackson Peters in the hole for the Nationals. Ethan Kostler's 2-2 pitch is on its way. Turned on to right field. It might find its territory. It goes to the corner. 1 run will come home. 2 will come home. Blaze Zeiler is blazing his way around the base pads. A stand-up triple for the right fielder. He's having himself a day today. And just like that, the Nationals now lead 2-0 over Grand Island Home Federal, with still more runs potentially to come across, with Ty Hanneborg up to bat. What a play by Blaze Zeiler, turning it into the right field corner where there was nobody near it. He triples, and just like that, the Nationals are threatening to score once again, up 2-0 here against the number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal. Ty Hanneborg now up to bat with an opportunity to bring another runner home. The pitch from Kostler, a great bunt, laid down, the throw home, not in time, another run comes across, and Ty Hanneborg makes his way to first It is 3-0 in favor of the FNBO Nationals over Grand Island Home Federal here in the upper bracket round. As now up to bat, here comes one Jackson Peters. 2 for 3 today, and we already have time is out to have a talk with Ethan Kostler. Kirby Wells already taken time to have a word with his pitcher. Again, Jackson Peters, a late call-up today with the juniors team finishing their district tournament run. Peters now up to bat. He's 2 for 3 today with a single, with 2 singles. Big bunt from Ty Hanneborg that allowed the Nationals to get another run across. They have a pretty healthy 3-0 lead here in this bottom of the second inning. As well as really, really long discussion with his squad. As we're ready to rock and roll. Hanneborg at first. Still one out here in this bottom of the second inning. Jackson Peters up to bat with Caden Johnson in the hole. And Jack Polk in the hole. Caden Johnson on deck. Still one out here. The speedster, Ty Hanneborg at first. Potential steal threat. Ethan Kostler will glance, a long glance on over at first and get ready to fire to Peters. Here comes his first pitch in. That one swung on and fouled back by the young Jackson Peters for strike number 1. Oh, and 1 the count now to the left fielder. As again, Ethan Kostler, a very long glance at first base. As he'll now get set and fire in. And throw on over to second, not in time as Ty Hanneborg gets back. It's 1-1 the count now to Peters. Gage Gannon really playing for a potential steal from Ty Hanneborg. Not even like getting into his normal catching stance. Kind of sitting elevated that last 2 attempts, but now gets back into a semi-normal stance. The 1-1. Turned on by Peters. Could make its way into right field, but shallow right, and it's gloved up by Ian Ahrens for out number 2 as down goes Jackson Peters on a pop fly. And now with 2 down, here comes Caden Johnson. He flew out to Sam Dinkelman in his first at-bat at shortstop. What can he do to keep this inning alive and maybe bring another run across for the Nationals here against Ethan Kostler? He's already given up 3 runs on 4 hits, Kostler has. As a runner, Ty Hanneborg at first. That pitch way upstairs on the fastball. Ball 1 to Caden Johnson. Jack Polk on deck with Landon Greeno in the hole for the Nationals. 2 down, a 1-0 count to Caden Johnson. Kostler glances at second where there's nobody and delivers. That one at the letters, but just below it for strike number 1. It's 1-1 the count now. Ethan Kostler, a couple of glances at first to Ty Hanneborg as he gets set and fires in his 1-1 pitch. Here it comes. That one in the, ooh, my good heavens, right around the knees. Strike number 2. I thought that was below the zone, but home plate umpire calling it just sneaking in. 1-2 now to Joni. As Ethan Kostler looks to get out of this inning, only giving up 3 runs. The 1-2 pitch from Kostler is on the way. Curveball way upstairs that just flies off the hand awkwardly of Ethan Kostler. And with that, we'll now stay at 2. We'll now move to 2-2 in this count. With 2 outs. Runner on over at first being Ty Hanneborg. Kostler gets set. His 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. And time will be called by Caden Johnson as Kostler looked ready to fire it in, but just trying to play mind games in this at-bat. A big at-bat. They can get out of this inning for Grand Island Home Federal after giving up 3 runs alone. Kostler with his 2-2 pitch once again fired. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss by Caden Johnson, and that's how this inning comes to an end, but not before 3 big runs come across for the FNBO Nationals. We're going to the top of the third. 3-0 is the lead when we come back here, Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals leading 3-0 over Grand Island Home Federal. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Nationals. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal. Still on the mound for the Nationals, Landon Garino. As time is going to be called as umpire is having a talk with one of the field maintenance people. Half-inning breaks, though, is brought to you in part Kevin McGann, Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann of the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Pea. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005. First pitch into Ethan Foley is tight inside for ball number 1. He flew out to Jackson Peters in left field in his first plate appearance today against Landon Greeno. He'll see an off-speed pitch that's once again tight to the face and outside. Ball 2, 2-0 the count from Greeno to Ethan Foley. On deck, Bronxton Barrientos, then Gabe Ruiz. Next pitch, right back into the zone for strike number 1 on a fastball from Landon Greeno. Nationals really putting together a strong third inning on a big triple, a bases-clearing triple by Blaze Zeiler as Foley rockets one into the corner foul territory for strike number 2. 2-2 the count now to Ethan Foley as Landon Greeno looks for the first down. Curveball, that's too high. Ball number 3. It's 3-2 the count now. 45 pitches for Landon Greeno so far today. We might be seeing a trip to the bullpen. Maybe Easton Geisler going to get the call. 3-2 pitch. Right down the middle, squared up into center field. Caden Johnson running on. He gets there and gloves it. Caden Johnson, once again, the all-star center fielder, makes a big glove from center. And just like that, there's one out here this top of the third inning. As Bronxton Barrientos now will make an appearance, just like my poor calf. Barrientos flew out to Ty Hanneborg in his first plate appearance against Landon Greeno. As Greeno's first pitch is just a smidge above the lettering for ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. Again, winner of this game gets an automatic state tournament bid by making it into the championship match. Next pitch is low in the turf, ball 2. Loser goes to the loser's bracket. Well, they'll play tomorrow at 4 o'clock versus the winner of Scotts Bluff versus Hastings. The 2-0 now. Swung on and foul down the third base line for strike number 1. 2-1 now the count. Nationals haven't made a trip to state since, I believe, 2019. The 2-1, way outside. 3-1 the count now to Barrientos. Gabe Ruiz on deck with Ian Aarons in the hole. 3-1 from Landon Greeno. Here it comes. It's outside, ball 4, and with that, Barrientos will make a stroll on over to first. Gabe Ruiz grounded out to Logan Hayes in his first plate appearance against Greeno. And now he reappears for his second time to see if he can get something going and get a comeback started for Grand Island Home Federal. They trail 3-0. 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors for the Nationals here in this ball game. No runs on 1 hit. No errors for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Beautiful strike on a curve from Landon Greeno as it finds the hole. 0-1 now. Greeno with a big sigh will now deliver his next pitch. Way outside. 1-1 the count. Not a good control game so far from Landon Greeno, even though he's leading 3-0. 53 pitches, 26 strikes, 27 balls. The pitch efficiency has not been there today, but they have gotten out of a lot of situations because of him. So, pickoff attempt will get Broxton Barrientos back. Still 1-1 with 1 out. Ruiz up to bat. And grounded out last inning, or last at bat. Could do it again here. That pitch just a bit outside far. Ball 2. 2-1 the count. 1 out. 3-0 lead for the Nationals in this ballgame against number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal. Greeno's delivery. Swing and a miss by Ruiz. Strike 2. 2-2 the count now to Gabe Ruiz. First baseman in today's game for Home Federal. Still 1 out. Landon Greeno delivers. That one smothered up into the sky. Logan Hayes trying to get under it, but it's going to drift out of the field of play. Still stay at a 2-2 count. 56 pitches already for Landon Greeno, and we're in the top of the 3rd inning, so he will not make it to the end of this game unless he miraculously starts finding some good efficiency. 2-2 from Greeno. Swing and a miss! Down goes Ruiz swinging. I hit the wrong button there, but Gabe Ruiz goes swinging, and he misses it for strike 3. Second strikeout for Greeno, and out number 2 in this top of the 3rd. As still on over at first, Broxton Barrientos with Ian Ahrens up to bat. He singled into right field in his first plate appearance against Greeno. He'll swing and foul one off for strike number 1. As I said, while it may not be the best efficient game from Landon Greeno, as out comes coach to have a word with McIntyre to make sure he's okay after it bonked off of his mask, he's still getting the job done, and that's really what Landon Greeno's all about. So sometimes it just doesn't look pretty, but somehow, some way, he gets it done. And that's why I nicknamed him way back earlier this season, Old Reliable. Whenever you needed something to happen, he'll pull it out. As that pitch high upstairs, ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. To Ian Ahrens with Garrison Sack on deck and Gage Gannon in the hole. The 1-1 pitch now as Landon Greeno, lefty, fires in. That one paints itself right back in on a fastball for strike number 2. It's 1-2 the count now. 3-0 lead for the Nationals in this top of the 3rd inning. As Landon Greeno glances once again and fires in. Swing and a miss. Down goes Ian Ahrens. And that's how this inning comes to an end. The Nationals once again do a great job of thwarting any of the pressure from Grand Island Home Federal. We go to the bottom of the 3rd, and we come back here to Cleveland Park. FM 98.1, AM 1410 if you do live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your card on and off whenever you'd like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
With summer just around the corner, Mid-Plains Community College can help you get a jump start on your college degree. Our summer courses may allow you an opportunity to transfer credits back to your institution, saving you money while helping you earn your degree faster. Visit our website at mpcc.edu to learn more about our summer offerings and begin transforming your future today. That's mpcc.edu.
Welcome back here, Cleveland Field. Nationals leading 3-0 over Grand Island Home Federal. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Nationals. No runs on 1 hit, no errors for Grand Island Home Federal. Ethan Kostler still on the mound for GI with Jack Polk up to bat. Again, our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann, the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann, the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game. That'll, of course, be one CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005, located on 905 South Willow Street. So, with the 3-0 lead for the Nationals, it's Jack Polk up to bat for the second time today versus Ethan Kostler. He'll see a pitch that's in the zone. Strike number 1. He flew out to Ethan Foley in his last plate appearance, did Jack Polk. Oof. Following Polk, Greeno, then Easton Jones. Kostler's 0-1 pitch. Turned on, it gets into left field for a base hit. 5th hit today for the Nationals. And the first hit today for Jack Polk, what he needed after a pretty tough district day in terms of his hitting performance. Jack Polk gets aboard with a single into left field. And now can the scoring continue with Landon Greeno. Grounded out to Gabe Ruiz in his first plate appearance. Today, has Easton Jones on deck with Dean McIntyre in the hole. 5th hit today for the Nationals as Ethan Kostler gets set and fires it into Greeno. It's upstairs, ball number 1, 1-0 the count now. 1-0 with nobody out. 3-0 lead for the Nationals. Kostler glances on over at first base and now will deliver his next pitch in to Landon Greeno. Here it comes. Just painting the outside part of the zone for ball 2 on a fastball. 2-0 the count. "29 pitches so far thrown by Ethan Kostler as his now 2-0 pitch comes in. Turned on by Greeno as he just fouls it off for strike number 1. 2-1 the count now. Jack Polk still on over at first base for the Nationals. Potential steal threat if he gets a good jump. 2-1, nobody out. Landon Greeno up to bat as Ethan Kostler sets, gets ready, and here comes his next pitch. That's low on the turf for ball 3. It's 3-1 the count now, so Landon Greeno staring down the possibility of getting walked and putting 2 runners on for the Nationals. As Kostler takes another good, long, hearty glance at first base and delivers his 3-1 count into Landon Greeno. There goes Jack Polk in there. Strike number 2 as Polk successfully steals second base. No problem. So now there's a runner in scoring position for the Nationals, but Landon Greeno now sits at a 3-2 count against Ethan Kostler. As now time's going to be called. Jack Polk might have some blood across his face, but infield umpire at second says he's good to go. And now a 3-2 count with nobody out to Landon Greeno as he looks to either advance Jack Polk or get on with a walk. Here comes 3-2 pitch from Ethan Kostler. It's, in there, strike 3. I mean, it's just on that outside corner. Greeno having a word with the home plate umpire as he walks back, not happy with that call. And there's one out here in this bottom of the 3rd inning as now Easton Jones appears. He singled past Sam Dinkelman in his first plate appearance. Now has Jack Polk in scoring position at second. Nationals already leading 3-0 in this ball game. as Ethan Kostler gets ready and delivers. That's going to be outside. A fastball, ball number 1. No action in the bullpen for either squad so far. 1-0 the count. Dean McIntyre on deck with Logan Hayes in the hole. Kostler gets the sign from Gannon. And now delivers. Once again, low in the turf. Ball 2. It's 2-0 the count. Can't hit that hard as I normally do. I have my phone on my sound pad, and every once in a while I'll hit the button so hard it'll make a noise. And made a beep noise right there. 2-0 with 1 out to the first baseman, Easton Jones, as Ethan Kostler gets set and delivers. Tight inside, ball 3 to Easton Jones, as he's now staring down the barrel of a 4-pitch walk from Ethan Kostler. Jones gets ready in the batter's box. Kostler on the mound. Here comes that payoff 3-0 pitch. There goes Jack Polk running. Throw on over to third. Way over the head. It gets into left field. Jack Polk's going to make his way home. And that's another run coming across for the Nationals. They lead 4-0 as Easton Jones will walk his way to first. And Jack Polk successfully steals third and then makes his way home on a passed up ball. Big error from Gage Gannon. Excuse me, it's now a 3-1 count to Jones as Gannon still makes a huge mistake in the throw, converting on an error and allowing another run to come across. Jones skies one up. Ryan Kostler running to the fence, and it's going to fall over. Strike number 2, but the Nationals now with a hearty 4-0 lead over Grand Island Home Federal. 3-2 the count with 1 out here in this bottom of the 3rd inning. Jones looking to keep a potential runner aboard if he can get a hit here or a walk. The 3-2 from Kostler. Swung on, slow grounder on over to Ryan Kostler. He'll throw it on to first in time, and there's now out number 2 in this bottom of the 3rd inning. With that ground out, here comes Dean McIntyre up to bat. He singled into center field in his last plate appearance, put some runners on for the Nationals. See if he can do some more damage against Ethan Kostler. Already a 4-0 lead for the Nationals. Kostler's first pitch in, high, way upstairs above the head. Ball number 1, 1-0 the count now. Nobody on, 2 down, bottom of the 3rd, a 4-0 lead for the Nationals over the number 1 seeded Grand Island Home Federal. Kostler, next pitch on the way. Another fastball that's outside. Ball 2, it's 2-0 the count now. Logan Hayes on deck with Blaze Zeiler in the hole for the Nationals. As Ethan Kostler's 2-0 pitch is delivered in. Ooh, big swing and a miss by Dean McIntyre for strike number 1. 2-1 now. Both these two teams looking to make it to state. Nationals have been in kind of a little drought, about 4 years since they've last went to state. Can they do it again here by winning this game? 2-1. That one's below the knees, ball 3. 3-1 the count now to Dean McIntyre from Ethan Kostler. Again, winner of this game gets an automatic berth into the state tournament next weekend. The 3-1 pitch from Kostler. That one's fouled off by Dean McIntyre as he gets some contact on it. 3-2 now the count. 3-2 with 2 outs. 4-0 lead for the FNBO Nationals. Ethan Kostler gets the sign from Gannon. His pitch on the way. That one smashed into center field. It's high in the sky as Bronxton Barrientos comes on and grabs it for out number 3. Another run did come across on an error by Grand Island Home Federal. It's 4-0 when we go to the top of the 4th. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers, powered by plant-based natural caffeine. And they come in 4 delicious flavors: pomegranate passion, mango mojo, prickly pear, and watermelon wild. Why do you keep doing that?
These refreshers are just so refreshing.
But you don't have to make that noise every time. Try Runza's Lemonade Refreshers. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Going back here to Cleveland Field, the Nationals have a commanding 4-0 lead over Grand Island Home Federal. 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors for this Nationals squad. No runs on 1 hit, 1 big error last inning from Gage Gannon. That helped a run come across for the Nationals. Our happening breaks, of course, brought to you in part by Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McCann and the Fortify Group at his location, 621 South Dewey. Sweet to be. Landon Greeno still on the mound for the side of the FNBO Nationals. So far, 61 total pitches from Landon Greeno. He'll fire a strike first into Garrison Sack. He flew out to center field in his last plate appearance, Sack did. Facing now an 0-1 count from Landon Greeno. Make that 0-2 as he swings and misses for strike number 2. Following Sack, Gage Gannon, then Ryan Kostler, 6, 7, and 8 in the batting order. As here comes the 0-2 from Landon Greeno. That's outside there. Ball number 1, another one of those off-speed pitches that just drift too far away. Has a 4-0 lead. Here's the 1-2. Smashed into center field, but on comes Caden Johnson, and he gets there and gloves it for out number 1 in this top of the 4th inning. Now here comes Gage Gannon for this National squad, for this Grand Island Home Federal squad. Gannon walked in his previous plate appearance for Grand Island Home Federal. Has Ryan Kostler on deck and Trent Verplank in the hole. 1 out, top of the 4th. Next pitch from Greeno is going to bounce off of Gage Gannon, and he'll stroll to first after being hit by a pitch. So now, here comes Ryan Kostler. He reached on a fielder's choice in his previous plate appearance, as strolling to the side goes Gage Gannon, and a courtesy runner will now come on for Grand Island Home Federal. Riley Plummer looks to be the man courtesy running for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. So 1-0 count into Ryan Kostler as Greeno will look to pick off Plummer. No good, and still a 1-0 count. 1 out, top of the 4th. Grand Island Home Federal trying to mount a comeback after making some costly errors the last 2 innings. Next pitch from Greeno in there. Strike number 1. 1-1 the count to Kostler, the third baseman in today's game. One and one out. Greeno delivers. Swung on, grounded over to Logan Hayes. He can't glove it. It's on the floor, and with that, the runner gets on a mistake from the young third baseman. As he tried to make that transition from glove to hand and throw it to second, but unfortunately mishandles the baseball, and with that, first error today for the Nationals as Ryan Kostler gets aboard. And now there's 2 on for the side of Grand Island Home Federal, Trent Verplank up to bat. As out comes Andrew Brocious to hand some balls over to the umpire. Now there's some conversation happening between the infield umpires at first and second. I'm interested to see what conversation they're having. Might be defender interference potentially. If he was guarding the, I don't know, it's kind of a lengthy talk. Now they're going to say everything's okay. All right, there's had to have been some type of interference going on at second base that would have prompted that meeting. But everyone says they're good to go, and now we're ready to go. Plummer at second with Ryan Kostler at first. Verplank walked in his previous plate appearance. One out here in this inning. He grounds one foul, though, down the third base side. Strike number one. 0-1 the count now. Following Verplank, back to the top of the order, Sam Dinkelman and Ethan Foley for Grand Island Home Federal. 0-1 now. Greeno gets ready to wind up and throw his next pitch in. Glancing at second and delivers it. That one smashed into center field. Caden Johnson just measly walking to the left. And he gloves it, tagging up. Throw to third will be in plenty of time as Plummer doesn't make the advance. And there's two down in this inning. Yet again, Landon Greeno, even though he gets into a little bit of some sticky situations in terms of how many runners are on the base pads, doing a great job of not allowing them to move any further to home base. So here comes Sam Dinkelman, struck out swinging in his last plate appearance, did walk in his first, now has two runners in for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. As that first pitch is high upstairs by the head, ball one to the shortstop Dinkelman. 72 pitches for Landon Greeno. Probably might be seeing Easton Geisler, I would have to think, at some point in the near future. Next pitch down low in the turf, ball two. 2-0 the count now. 73rd pitch from Landon Greeno. Again, two runners on at second and first base for Grand Island Home Federal, trailing 4-0 to the Nationals. Greeno will get the sign in from Dean McIntyre and likes what he sees. Here comes his 2-0 pitch. Glancing at second, he'll deliver it. Once again upstairs, ball number three. 3-0 the count now to Dinkelman. With still two outs here in this top of the fourth. Greeno steps and fires. It's in there. Strike number one. 3-1 the count. Dinkelman thought it was too high, but it's 3-1. Big at bat here for either side. Nationals trying to hold Grand Island scoreless. Home Federal looking to load the bases up. 3-1 pitch. That one's below the knees for ball four, and now Dinkelman will walk on over to first. And here comes Andrew Brocious to have a talk with Landon Greeno. Coach Ricky Holm walking into the dugout. It was interesting to see who he might potentially pull out and have a word with. Two outs here. Ethan Foley up to bat. He's 0 for 2 today with two flyouts. A flyout to Jackson Peters in left field, and then Caden Johnson in the second at-bat at center. So Andrew Brocious going out, having a word with the squad. Again, with the bases loaded, a 4-0 lead for the Nationals. Riley Plummer at third. Ryan Kostler at second with Sam Dinkelman at first. Again, Foley today has been 0 for 2, struggling to find some momentum in this game. But he comes in with a prime opportunity to at least claw some runs back for Grand Island Home Federal. The tying run is at home with Foley, as the lefty Greeno's first pitch is high and away for ball number one. A walk, though, would bring one run across for Grand Island Home Federal. 1-0 the count. 77 pitches for Greeno. Next pitch. Oh, that's going to bounce off of Ethan Foley, and one run does come across following the hit by pitch. So it's now a 4-1 lead in favor of the Nationals, with Bronxton Barrientos up to bat. Walked in his previous plate appearance. Flew out to Ty Hanneborg in his first, as he now looks to cut more runs into this Nationals lead in this top of the fourth inning. 4-1 the margin. Greeno into his motion, delivers. Nice curve, it's there on the top corner for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to Barrientos. As Greeno gets the sign he likes, his next pitch in. There, strike number 2. Good bounce back pitches from Landon Greeno. 0-2 now to Bronxton Barrientos. Gabe Ruiz on deck, Ian Aarons in the hole. The 0-2 pitch. Titan side, ball number 1, almost hitting Barrientos. So 1-2 now. Big upcoming pitches from Greeno, trying to stop but the potential runs that could come in with the bases loaded. 1-2. Greeno into his motion, delivers. Curveball. Oh, just a smidge outside. Ball 2. 2-2 the count now. The anticipation. Very intense situation we're in right now if you're a fan of the Nationals. The 2-2. Popped up, drifting on over. Here comes Easton Jones, but it's going to fall behind the foul territory line for still a 2-2 count. Two and 2 is where we sit, with 2 outs to Bronxton Barrientos. Next pitch. That one grounded. Oh, it's into right field for a base hit. 1 run will come home. 2 runs might come home. Nope, just 1 run. Great throw from Blaze Zeiler to stop another runner from coming across. And with that, another single for Grand Island Home Federal, and it's now a 4-2 lead for the Nationals. Second hit today. No action in the bullpen for FNBO. Still going to hold it out with Landon Greeno. Ruiz is 0 for 2 today. Grounded out in his first appearance. Struck out swinging in his second. The Nationals can get out of this inning, only giving up those 2 runs. That'd be big. 84 pitches now for Landon Greeno. Bases now at the corners. That one lofted to Jackson Peters in left field. He gets under it and gloves it. And that's how this inning comes to an end. But 2 runs did come across for Grand Island Home Federal. 4-2 lead is now where we sit with the Nationals up top. We're going to step aside and take a break. We come back bottom of the 4th right here, FM 98.1 and 1410 and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always something right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Save money at the pump and Quick Stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings. The Sinclair Dino Pay saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals now with a much slimmer margin at the top. It's 4-2, 4 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for the FNBO Nationals. 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error for 5 points. Actually, good heavens, wrong game. Grand Island Home Federal. There is a pitcher warming up, and it's not Easton Geisler. Caden Johnson warming up for the Nationals. With Logan Hayes up to bat for the second time today for FNBO against Ethan Kostler. We'll see a pitch that's in there for strike number 1. Hayes grounded out to Kostler in his first plate appearance, so Joni will be the pitcher warming up for the Nationals. As the 0-1 from one Ethan Kostler. That one lofted and might fall down for a base hit, getting up underneath it. Aarons, but he gets there in time for out number 1. So with that, down goes Logan Hayes, and now up to bat comes the scary man himself, Blaze Zeiler. Hey, Zeiler, big bottom of the second inning triple that brought 2 runs across to give the Nationals an early 2-0 lead before they tacked on another run later that inning. Now with nobody on and 1 out in this bottom of the 4th, can he step in and get aboard with another big hit? Kostler's next pitch at the letters and in for strike number 1 on an off-speed. Ty Hanneborg on deck with Jackson Peters in the hole. 4-2 ball game. Again, winner goes to the championship match on Tuesday and automatically gets a berth in the state tournament. Next pitch from Kostler is above the head of Zeiler for ball number 1. There is a pitcher warming up in the bullpen for Grand Island Home Federal. Zachary Mater. The pitcher warming up. Next pitch. That one low below the knees, ball 2, so do have some relievers starting to warm up on either side. Zachary Mater for Grand Island, Caden Johnson for the Nationals. Here comes the 2-1. That one fouled off by Blaze Zeiler for strike number 2, 2-2 the count. Be interesting to see, though. Will Landon Greeno step out for another inning? Or will Coach Holm go to the bullpen and bring in Caden Johnson again? 50-50 on how things would work out if he does so. The 2-2 from Ethan Kostler as he fires in. That one lofted. It gets down into center field for a base hit. Blaze Zeiler yet again coming up huge for the Nationals. With a 1-out base hit, it gets into center field. He's on cycle watch now. Just needs a double and a home run. But he's at first. The speedster can and most certainly will look to steal. Potentially even home. We know he can do it. Ty Hanneborg is on deck for the Nationals here. Hanneborg got on successfully with a bunt that brought Blaze Zeiler home last inning. Or, excuse me, in the bottom of the second. He'll swing on one. Double play opportunity. Throw to second. On to first. It's in time. And that's how this inning comes to an end. And with that, we're going to the top of the 5th inning. Landon Greeno will come out for one more inning of work when we come back here to Cleveland Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Well, back here at Cleveland Field, top of the 5th inning. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. 4-2 lead for the Nationals. Landon Greeno is still on board at the moment here. Caden Johnson was getting warm-up pitches. The last half inning of work, as first pitch from Greeno into Ian Aarons is swung on and missed. Strike number 1. He flew out to right field with Blaze Zeiler in his first plate appearance. Now Greeno's next pitch. Swung on, it gets back up into center field for a base hit to lead this inning off. Now there's one runner aboard. Grand Island Home Federal with the tying run at the plate, Garrison Sack. It's flown out in 2 at-bats so far today. There was somebody warming up, Zachary Mader, for the side of Grand Island Home Federal last half inning. As Landon Greeno, next pitch in. Nice, beautiful off-speed, finds the zone, strike one. 4-2 lead. 2 runs came across in the last top half of the inning for Grand Island Home Federal. The 0-1 from Landon Greeno is on its way. He'll pick it off, though, instead, and Ian Ahrens gets back in plenty of time. Very tense situation now for the rest of this game. Top of the 5th. Only now a 2-run lead for the Nationals. Again, if they lose, they'll play tomorrow at 4. If they win, they'll play in the championship game on Tuesday. Beautiful off-speed. Finding the zone yet again from Landon Greeno. Strike number 2. The 0-2 from Landon Greeno as he steps and fires. That one slowly batted back to Greeno. The throw on over to second. He will only get 1 out as Polk slipped on his way to second. He'll still tag at second, so reaching on the fielder's choice is Garrison Sack. And now, up to bat, Gage Gannon. He was hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance. He did come across with those 2 runs when Gannon got on. Again, later courtesy ran by Riley Plummer. First pitch from Landon Greeno. Swung on and foul back by Gannon for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. Garrison Sack at first for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Ryan Kostler on deck with Trent Burplank in the hole. 4-2 lead for the FNBO Nationals. As Landon Greeno's pitch. Ooh, it's tight inside, almost hitting Gannon, but it's ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. 1-1 with 1 out. Runner at first for Grand Island Home Federal. Trailing by 2. Game tying run at the plate. The 1-1 from Greeno. Just above the letters for ball 2. Again, Caden Johnson was warming up last half inning. In case he's called upon to Landon Greeno. He's at 93 pitches, Landon Greeno is. So it's coming soon. Next pitch just, again, above the lettering by just a cat's whisker. 3-1 now the count with 1 out. I bet you if Greeno gets, I believe Gannon walked, might call upon Caden Johnson. 3-1 from Landon Greeno. Here it comes. It's in there. Strike number 2. It's 3-2 the count now as Gannon once again was just like some other Grand Island players making the stroll to first, thinking it was a walk, but not so quickly. 3-2 with 1 out now. Sack at first. Here comes the pitch from Landon Greeno. It'll pick off, or attempt to pick off. One Garrison Sack, no good. 3-2 with 1 out. Lefty Greeno would love to get out of this inning unscathed to make it to the 6th to put less pressure on Caden Johnson. 3-2. Swing, and just fouled off by Gage Gannon. It was a pitch right down the middle. That Gannon just barely got a little bit of the bat on. So we're still at 3-2. Man, whatever they are eating over there smells really good. I'm not going to lie. Haven't had lunch today. Yeah, I know. Sometimes you're just so dedicated to the game, you forget about food. 3-2 with 1 out. Gage Gannon up to bat. Runner at first being Garrison Sack. Greeno now with his 3-2 pitch. It's outside ball 4. And with that, Gannon's going to go on over. And Coach Holm looked like he was making a stroll towards the plate, or excuse me, the pitching circle, but won't do so. So up comes Ryan Kostler. He reached on an error in his last plate appearance. Logan Hayes tried to throw into a double play, but mishandled the ball. It was the Nationals' lone error so far today. And now he has 2 runners on the base pads with 1 out. This top of the 5th inning. Landon Greeno gets set, glances on over at second base, and delivers his pitch. That one's in there. Strike number 1 around the knees to Kostler. Do a best after Ryan Kostler, Trent Verplank, and Sam Dinkelman. 0-1 with one out. 2 runners aboard for Grand Island Home Federal. Top of the 5th, a 4-2 lead for the Nationals. Greeno likes the sign he got from Dean McIntyre, and the 0-1 now. Turned on, going up sky high. Dean McIntyre is not going to get there as Greeno runs and slides and can't get it. As that's foul ball. Greeno running all the way from the pitching mound to try and slide and glove it. Misses it just barely, and with that, an 0-2 count. It's interesting to see. I think McIntyre much closer could have gotten there in time, but I think Greeno called him off and missed opportunity of an easy out. But it's an 0-2 count to Ryan Kostler. 2 runners aboard for Grand Island Home Federal. Trent Verplank on deck. Greeno gets the sign from McIntyre, and here comes his 0-2 pitch. That's high above the letters upstairs into the attic for ball number 1. 1-2 the count now. Very tense situation on the field right now. A lot at stake in this game. Greeno glances at second twice, and now is 1-2. That one smothered out to left field. It could be going fair, and it goes to the wall. 1 run will come across. The game-tying run will make its way almost on home, but 1 run will come home. A stand-up double by Ryan Kostler, and that'll probably do it for Landon Greeno. And with that, it's now a 1-run game as in comes Caden Johnson to take over for Landon Greeno from center field. It'll be interesting to see who will be taking over in center. Probably, actually, they're going to move Blaze Zeiler on over to center. Logan Hayes to right. Easton Jones on over to third, and then Landon Greeno will go back to his home at first base. So a lot of moving pieces going along right now for the FNBO Nationals. Again, they only lead by 1 run now, as Blaze Zeiler takes over center and Caden Johnson moves to the mound. It was a pretty calm and nice lead for the Nationals, 4-0 entering top of the 4th inning last inning, but those 2 runs did come across, and now another one has as well, as taking over Caden Johnson will be for the Nationals, with Landon Greeno going back to first base. Greeno cresting close to 100 pitches. First batter that Caden Johnson will see is Trent Verplank. I haven't seen a lot of Caden Johnson this year from a pitching standpoint. Of course, it's tough to really pull him away from center field with how fantastic he's been all season at center. Really been a calming force for the Nationals' defense in center field. It was interesting, though, how they decided to go with Johnson instead of Easton Geisler. Now, this could be a little bit, of course, this is where the coaches earn their money, just because of right now the situation going on with the pitching arms. You know, at some point, the Nationals, as well as everybody else in this tournament, as the days go on, will, of course, lose some arms to pitch counts. So it'll be interesting to see if the Nationals save Easton Geisler for tomorrow if they lose this game, or better yet, even use him on Tuesday if they win. So a lot of rolling the dice and trying to play some chess and checkers around the game right now. And now up comes that Caden Johnson pitching. Right-handed pitcher going up against Trent Verplank. Still 1 out. Runners at second and third base. Again, only a 1-run lead for the Nationals. The bunt's going to be laid down. Johnson can't pick it up. The throw to first will not be in time. And now we have a tie ball game. Beautiful bunt from Trent Verplank. Johnson couldn't glove it up. And because of that, the run advances, and now it's a tie ball game. So runners at the corners now for Sam Dinkelman. A 4-4 game. Dinkelman 0 for 1. Walked in his first plate appearance. Struck out swinging in his second. Walked in his third. And now we'll be up against Caden Johnson for the first time as that off-speed sinks far away from Dinkelman for ball number 1. So 4 runs have come across in the last 2 innings for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Another pitch that's just a smidge outside and low. Ball 2. 2-0 the count now. Runners at the corners. Verplank at first. Kostler at third. Next pitch from Johnson. Just barely not sneaking into that zone. It's 3-0 the count now. 4-4 ball game. Johnson steps and delivers. That one finally sneaks in. Strike 1 to Dinkelman. Ethan Foley on deck with Bronxton Barrientos in the hole for Grand Island Home Federal, the 1 seed. Again, winner of this game clinches a state tournament berth as they go to the championship match. Next pitch, in there, strike number 2. Good bounce back 2 pitches from Caden Johnson. It's 3-2 the count now. Nationals tied up 4-4 with Grand Island Home Federal. 3-2 pitch from Joni. Swing and driven in foul. Just barely foul. A little bit of a blessing for the Nationals. That would have scored some runs for Grand Island Home Federal, but still a 3-2 count. Dinkelman now walks back to the batter's box. Try it again. 3-2, 1 out. 2 runners at the corners for Grand Island Home Federal. Tie in the game, 4-4 of this inning. Johnson gets the sign and look to pick off the runner at first for Plank, but no good. So he gets back in plenty of time. 3-2 is the count with 1 out. Johnson fires. It's in there! Strike number 3 at the upper corner. Down goes Dinkelman looking. A big strikeout from Caden Johnson as Dinkelman goes down looking. And now Ethan Foley will take some swings. Foley today 0 for 2. Grounded out in his first plate. Flew out to Jackson Peters in left field in his first plate appearance. Flew out to Caden Johnson in center, but was hit by a pitch by Landon Greeno in his last at-bat. Bronxton Barrientos on deck with Gabe Ruiz in the hole. That fastball in the turf. Ball 1. Good stop from Dean McIntyre. Again, immediately after the conclusion of this game, Hastings and Scotts Bluff will face off in the loser's bracket. Winner moves on to face the loser of this game at 4 tomorrow. 1-0 in there, strike number 1. And when I say 4 tomorrow, I mean 4 Mountain Time, 5 Central Time. 1-1 with 2 outs. Johnson get out of this inning unscathed. Be a huge success for the Nationals. Here comes that 1-1 pitch. Skied up, drifting on over. Greeno running towards the dugout, and it falls. Out of play foul, so it's a 1-2 count now to Ethan Foley. Still runners at the corners for Plank at first. Ryan Kostler at third. As Grand Island Home Federal threatening to score yet again and take the lead for the first time today. It was late in the Kearney game when Grand Island Home Federal took their first lead around the 5th inning. If I happen to be correct. They later on went to win that game 6-5 if I remember. Actually, no, 7-5. Get my math right. 1-2. That one, little pop-up, and getting there and gloving it is Easton Jones. So Caden Johnson comes in to relieve Landon Greeno after Greeno gives up 2 runs. We're now tied 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Nationals, what offense can they put together to maybe retake this lead? We come back, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
Welcome back here, Cleveland Field. This game is all tied up after 2 runs came across in the top of the 5th inning for Grand Island Home Federal. 4-4 is where we sit right now. 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors now on the side of the Nationals compared to the 4 runs on 4 hits, 1 error for Grand Island Home Federal. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. It's location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. So other sponsors here for today's game, Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte invites you to stop out. Take a test drive here today. Premier Toyota, let's go places. Jackson Peters up to bat. He flew out to Ian Aarons in his first plate appearance in right field. Now he's looking at a 1-1 count after that fastball from Ethan Kostler was high and away. Kostler up to 54 pitches in this ball game. It's 1-1. Turned on once again by Peters as he fouls it off. Strike number 2. 35 strikes, 20 balls for Kostler. It's a 4-4 ball game. 1-2 the count now to the left fielder, Jackson Peters. It's high upstairs, ball number 2. 2-2 the count now. You know, if only I wasn't stationary right now, I'd be pacing all over the floor. My anxiety is through the roof and stress with this game. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss from Jackson Peters on something way upstairs. There's strike number 3 and the first strikeout for Peters today. That's just a young man trying to do too much as way outside the zone. Out number 1, and Blaze Seiler then goes out and has a word with him. Love to see the leadership in this team trying to pick up somebody, again, in a very tough situation for Peters as he is thrown into the fire from the get-go. Caden Johnson's now up to bat. Johnson, in this game, 0 for 2. He was 2 for 3 last game. Now 0 for 2 in this game against Ethan Kostler. We'll see a ball outside for ball 1. And we'll see another one that's upstairs on a fastball, ball 2. 2-0 is the count to Caden Johnson from Ethan Kostler. Bottom of the 5th inning. Kostler gets set, glances, and delivers now his 2-0 pitch. Johnson turns on it, but it's fouled back to the netting there. Strike number 1. It's 2-1 the count now to Caden Johnson. Ooh, good couple pops in the back. 2-1 with 1 out. As Ethan Kostler gets the sign and delivers. That one looped and over the outreaching hand of Ethan Foley at second base, and there is a 1-out single from Caden Johnson. Exactly what not only the doctor needed, but Johnson needed as well, as he now looks to get into a rhythm in this game, not only from behind the plate, from a hitting perspective, but also on the mound. He'll be over at first. Most certainly threatening to steal with Jack Polk up to swing. Polk singled in his last plate appearance, his first hit today in both games. He's had a pretty rough district tournament so far statistically as Ethan Kostler tries to pick off Caden Johnson. No good, as Johnson gets back in plenty of time. 4-4 is the game right now, all tied up. Bottom of the 5th inning. Johnson on over at first. Ethan Kostler's first pitch to Jack Polk. Here it comes. Ooh, bounces off the shoulder of Jack Polk. And up we go to now 2 runners back on the base paths for the Nationals. And there is some action in the bullpen potentially as Gavin Haubold now going out to potentially warm up. Actually, correction, it's going to be Zachary Mater again still warming up. But after that hit by pitch, 2 runners are now aboard for the Nationals with only 1 out. Landon Greeno up to bat. Potentially could put a bunt down to move the runners. Johnson at second, Polk at first. They are steal threats with their speed. As here comes the first pitch from Ethan Kostler. Glances at second and delivers. There goes the double steal. Down low, throw not even going to be attempted, and just like that, the Nationals get 2 runners further up the base paths at second and third base. Double steal successful. You knew it was coming from Coach Ricky Holm. He can't help himself when he sees 2 runners on the base paths. He'll always look to steal, and now with that, and a ball thrown into Landon Greeno, the Nationals can retake the lead this inning. Ethan Kostler gets set, gets the sign from Gannon and fires. That one, drifting, could fall down the gap in right center. It gets down. 1 run will come home. 2 runs will come home. Landon Greeno with a stand-up double to clear the bases. The Nationals retake the lead 6-4. A big hit from Landon Greeno. Even though he hasn't had the best game today in terms of his overall pitching, he bounces back with a big way and drives 2 runs home on a double into the gap in right center field. And just like that, the Nationals retake the lead. They're up 2 now, 6-4, with Tyler Townsend courtesy running for Landon Greeno at second base. Easton Jones now appears. He grounded out to Ryan Kostler in his second plate appearance. Singled into left field in his first. 6-4 lead for the Nationals over Grand Island Home Federal. Zachary Mader warming up for GI as Ethan Kostler delivers his pitch. That one rocket into the left field. Are they going to bring Tyler Townsend home? No, they won't. And with that, Easton Jones advances the runners to the corners now with another hit. 9th hit today for the Nationals, and they got yet again another runner in scoring position. Tyler Townsend at third. Easton Jones at first. Here comes Kirby Wells, though, out to have a talk with his pitcher, Ethan Kostler. Now, it looks like there's 2 pitchers warming up in the bullpen for Grand Island. But a big response from this Nationals team after giving up 2 runs the last 2 innings. They come back in a big way with 2 runs of their own and now lead this ball game 6-4. 6 runs on and now 9 hits. 2 errors for the Nationals. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Grand Island Home Federal. As Ethan Kostler and the crew finish up their talk with Coach Kirby Wells. And now here comes Dean McIntyre. 1 for 2 today. Singled in the center field against Ethan Kostler in his first plate appearance, then flew out to Ethan Foley at second. Has a prime opportunity to get another run across with Tyler Townsend at third base. 6-4 lead for the Nationals. Jones at first, Townsend at third. First pitch from Kostler into Dean McIntyre. Here it comes. He turns on it and will sky it, but it falls, I think, foul, and it will fall out of the field of play. Foul for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. 0-1 with 1 out. Runner at third and first for the Nationals, now retaking the lead and leading 6-4. Kostler glances longly at first, and now will fire his next pitch into Dean McIntyre, the catcher. He turns on it, but it's fouled off into the parking lot again. Strike 2. Logan Hayes on deck with Blaze Zeiler in the hole for the Nationals. Huge couple of opportunities coming along for this squad at the moment. One pitcher is done warming up in the Grand Island bullpen. Here comes the 0-2 from Ryan Kostler into Dean McIntyre. On its way it goes, potentially, but Kostler got us all fooled, and he steps off. 0-2 with 1 out here. Nationals now lead 6-4. Runner in scoring position, Townsend at third base. The 0-2. Turned on to center field. Back at it goes Barrientos. He tags up Tyler Townsend. Coming home. He gets there. Sacrifice fly out on the side. of Dean McIntyre, and the Nationals score another run and now lead this ball game by 3, 7-4. Beautiful sacrifice fly from Dean McIntyre. As now 3 runs have come across for the Nationals here in this bottom of the 5th inning. They lead 7-4 now over Grand Island Home Federal, as fouling that pitch off, Logan Hayes. Strike number 1, it's 0-1 the count now. Easton Jones still on over at first. Blaze Zeiler on deck. I mean, Zeiler's had a fantastic day today. Overall. Got a triple in this game that brought 2 runs across in the top. Oh, of the bottom of the second, that gets away from Gage Gannon on the pitch. It was a ball that was way above the letters. Couldn't hold on to it, and because of that, Easton Jones will meander his way on over to second on the passed up ball, and now he is in scoring position. For Logan Hayes, he's 0 for 2 today with a fly out and a ground out to his name. It's a 1-1 count. He would love to keep this inning alive with a big, strong hit. We've seen it this tournament. And in the clutch, Logan Hayes does come up. That ball just above the letters, ball 2. It'll be interesting to see if Logan Hayes gets walked, if Kirby Wells will go to his bench in his rotation. It looks like he will, with Zachary Mader back into the dugout. 2-1 now. Jones at second. Ethan Kostler gets set. Fires it to Logan Hayes. He turns on it, and it's going to be fouled off to the parking lot. 2-2 now the count. 2-2 with 2 down. 7-4 lead. Runner at second, Easton Jones. As Kostler steps off the bag, and Easton Jones gets back. 2-2 with 2 outs. Nationals have done a good job this inning of responding with 3 runs of their own to now lead 7-4. Ethan Kostler steps and fires. That pitch is away. Ball 3 on a fastball to Logan Hayes. You wouldn't want to walk Logan here especially with Blaze Zeiler on deck. 3-2 the count. Kostler glancing at second base to Easton Jones. The 3-2 turned on and fouled off by Logan Hayes. Good battle we are seeing here from Hayes to keep this at-bat alive and force Kostler to make a mistake and throw a ball outside and walk Logan Hayes. That's the ultimate goal here. 3-2 once again. Kostler gets the sign that he likes. Here we go. With 2 outs, Kostler delivers. Another one that's launched into right field. Is it going to stay fair? It does not. It pulls foul. And Logan Hayes with now his second foul ball in a row. Good battle between Ethan Kostler and Hayes. He's up to 75 pitches. Ethan Kostler is. Zachary Mader is on deck in the wings waiting to relieve Kostler. Grand Island's hoping they can get out of this inning without giving up another run before deploying him. Kostler gets the sign he likes from Gage Gannon. Here comes another payoff 3-2 pitch, and he'll step off. This at-bat is super intense, I'm not going to lie. Got my blood pressure all the way up. 3-2 with 2 outs. Ethan Kostler delivers. It's tight inside, ball 4, and like that, Logan Hayes. A good battle between him and Ethan Kostler, and he will walk Logan Hayes, and now out comes Coach Kirby Wells to have a word and probably end the day of Ethan Kostler. Kostler, 75 pitches, has given up 7 runs on 9 hits and 2 errors. As that'll do it, and now out comes Zachary Mader for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. And it comes at a great time if you're a Grand Island fan, because Blaze Zeiler is now up to bat, the hottest man in the lineup for the Nationals today. A triple in this game to right corner, and then singled in his last plate appearance has Easton Jones at second and Logan Hayes at first. Ty Hanneborg is on deck with Jackson Peters in the hole. So a pretty good scenario for the Nationals overall, because if Zeiler gets aboard, that means Ty Hanneborg could come up to bat, and he himself is having a pretty good day as well. So either which way you cut it, it's going to be tough for Grand Island Home Federal right now, though Zachary Mader has gotten a lot of warm-up pitches to get things rocking and rolling. The question is if he can plug the hole that has been flooding full of water this inning. 3 runs have come across for the Nationals, and now they are in a position with Easton Jones at second and Logan Hayes at first that we could potentially see even more. Ty Hanneborg is on deck with Jackson Peters in the hole for the Nationals. So Zachary Mader has 2 more warm-up pitches left to go before we see what he can do against this Nationals offense that has come back alive here in this inning after around a relatively quiet 4th inning. I mean, it just feels like they've been quiet for a long time this game, but a quiet 4th inning. They now bounce back for 3 runs this inning and now lead 7-4 with Zachary Mader now finished up with his warm-up pitches. And now here comes Blaze Zeiler having the day of his life in his potential, I don't want to say potential last district game, but his last district tournament. He has stepped up in so many ways this weekend alongside Ty Robinson, not even to count out the stuff he's done this season. 2 runners aboard. The pitch, check swing, it's going to say that Zeiler went around for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count now. 2 down in this bottom of the 5th inning. Nationals lead by 3, 7-4. As Zachary Mader now gets ready for his next pitch, his second here. On the way it goes. Swing and a miss by Blaze for strike number 2 on a fastball. 0-2 the count with 2 out now. Still a 7-4 lead. Caden Johnson will be the pitcher in next inning for the Nationals. Probably hoping to go the whole way. 0-2 with 2 outs here. Runners in scoring position at second for the Nationals with Easton Jones. Mader delivers. That one launched foul down the right field side for still a 0-2 count. Zeiler now takes a deep breath and steps back out, ready to rock and roll. It's 0-2 with 2 outs here. Runners at second and first. As Mader delivers. Check swing. They're going to say he went around again, and that's how this inning comes to an end. Nationals, though, do get 3 runs across as we go to the top of the 6th inning. A 7-4 lead. We come back here to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter Life Insurance coverage options.
Bill Summers knows summer storms and hail can wreak havoc on your vehicle. Experience damage? Don't wait. Bill Summers is ready to assist you with all your questions about gap insurance, what to do next, and can guide you through the process if your car is totaled. You don't always have to wait for your insurance check to get back on the road. Bill Summers offers immediate purchase options so you can drive away today and enjoy the ride. Weather the storm with confidence. Call or visit Bill Summers in North Platte today or go online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
We're back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals at the moment leading now 7-4 after 3 runs came across in their last bottom half of the inning. 7 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors for the Nationals, 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. Caden Johnson still on the mound, facing off against Bronxton Barrientos this inning. Again, our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Oh, that gets right past Ty Handelwar's glove, and that's a single up the middle for Barrientos to lead off this inning. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. Gabe Ruiz now up to bat following the single from Barrientos. He's 0 for 3 today, grounded out in his first appearance, struck out swinging in his second, and then flew out in his third. Following Ruiz, Ian Ahrens, and then Garrison Sack for Grand Island Home Federal. Johnson still on the mound as a runner at first base, being Bronxton Barrientos. He'll swing on one over to Polk. Gloves it. Throw to second in time. Throw to first will not be in time, but they'll at least get the one out at second base. Down goes Barrientos, which is probably a better out, just considering that Barrientos is the speed compared to Gabe Ruiz, who's not really known for his speed on over now at first base. So, with that, Ian Ahrens now comes up to bat for the fourth time today. He's 2 for 3 with 2 singles and a strikeout. There is actually going to be a courtesy runner appearing for Gabe Ruiz, who was over at first, so that whole idea of there's no more speed on the base pads is just thrown out the window. Have to get a number on that one when I find it. Ball number 1 into Ian Ahrens. Nationals just 8 potential outs away from a state tournament appearance. 1-0. Going to bounce into the air for a ball, and with that on over to second goes that courtesy runner following the passed up ball from Dean McIntyre. Dylan Heinrichs is the runner out there, courtesy running for Gabe Ruiz. Ball number 2 to Ahrens. Next pitch from Johnson. Swung on to Landon Greeno. He gloves up and will step on third for out number 2. That will advance the runner on over to third goes Heinrichs. So Garrison Sack now will step up to bat. 0 for 3 today, 2 flyouts. Did reach on a fielder's choice in his last plate appearance. Is just with an opportunity to bring Dylan Heinrichs home. He's just 90 feet away at third. First pitch from Caden Johnson in the middle for strike number 1. And now we'll have one lofted into center. Blaze Zeiler running on to get it. It could fall, and it will fall into the gap. 1 run comes across. Zeiler slips. Could be seeing a triple here, and we will see a triple, unfortunately, from Garrison Sack as it falls in the gap between Blaze Zeiler and Logan Hayes. So that's a stand-up triple for Garrison Sack, and now it's only a 2-run lead now for the Nationals. With Gage Gannon up to bat, he's yet to record a single statistic. Walked in his first plate appearance, was hit by a pitch in his second, and then walked in his third. Has Garrison Sack in scoring position at third base. A 7-5 lead now for the Nationals. First pitch from Caden Johnson is outside for ball number 1. Ryan Kostler on deck with Trent Verplank in the hole for Grand Island Home Federal. Off speed again, low and away. Ball 2. Johnson 22 pitches so far in this relief effort for Landon Greeno. Next pitch. It's finally in there. Strike number 1. It's 2-1 now the count. Game tying run at the plate right now. 7-5 lead for the Nationals. This top of the 6th inning. They have 2 outs though to the defensive name, so just need 1 more here. Comes the 1-1 from Johnson. That one low below the knees for ball 3 on a fastball, 3-1. 1 runner on being Garrison Sack. at third base. Well, it's 2-1 the count now. Skied up into the air after a poorly hit ball as Jack Polk gets there and gloves it. That's how this inning comes to an end. The Nationals draw one step closer to a state berth as they go now to the bottom of the sixth when we come back here to Cleveland Field. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com.
Where do you go for wings?
Dave's Place.
Where do you go for pizza?
Dave's Place.
What about cold drinks, a family atmosphere, and nightly specials?
Dave's Place.
Sounds like a sweep for Dave's Place. Pizza made from fresh dough, drink deals, and yes, the best pizza and wings.
It's Dave's Place.
Dave's Place on East 4th Street or at davesplacenp.com.
Order it, carry out, DoorDash. Dave's Place. Whoop, whoop.
With Sandhill State Bank's new upgraded cart management experience, you can now control your carts anytime, anywhere. The new features and added control allow you to prevent fraud like never before. Get increased transaction details, turn your cart on and off whenever you'd like, and report your card lost in an instant, all from our mobile app. More insights, more control, and more security for your banking experience. Bank local and go far with digital banking solutions that go wherever you go. Visit sandhillstate.com to learn more. Sandhill State Bank, member FDIC.
We're back here, bottom of the sixth inning. Nationals with a 2-run lead, 7-5 here in this upper bracket round 3. Winner of this game goes on to the championship match on Tuesday and automatically gain a berth to the state tournament this week or next weekend. Loser goes to the losers bracket matchup, which will be against the winner of either Scottsbluff or Hastings tomorrow at 4. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other sponsors here for today's game, CT Computer Services, your IT guy since 2005. Zachary Mader on the mound yet again for his first full inning of work. He'll be facing off against Ty Hanneborg, as Hanneborg will see a pitch in for strike number 1. Jackson Peters on deck with Caden Johnson in the hole for the Nationals. 0-1 pitch from Mader. Turned on. Over the head of Zachary Mader. Ty Hanneborg will not outrun the play at first, as it was a bang-bang play. And they'll say Ty Hanneborg gets out. There's one down here in this bottom of the sixth inning. So here comes the speedster Jackson Peters now up to bat. He's 0 for 2 in the second game. Struck out swinging in his second plate appearance, flew out to Ian Aarons in short right field. And now with one out, can he get aboard to put an extra cushion run in for the Nationals? Pitch, turned on, little Grippler on over to Kostler at third, but it falls foul. With that, strike number 1 to Jackson Peters. So 0-1 now to the young left fielder. Caden Johnson on deck with Jack Polk in the hole. Mader gets a sign from Gage Gannon and delivers. That pitch sneaks on in for strike number 2 on the edge. 0-2 the count now with one out. Zachary Mader gets his sign from Gannon, the catcher, and now with his 0-2. That one low and very far away. Ball 1 to Peters. 1-2, one out. Bottom of the sixth inning. Mader delivers. That one swung on and missed. And just like that, down goes Jackson Peters for the second time today on strikeouts. And with that, potential last swing today in the upper bracket for Caden Johnson up against Zachary Mader. Just 4 outs away. The Nationals going to state. First pitch for Mader, sneaks in, strike number 1 on an off-speed pitch. Good slider from Zachary Mader. The 0-1. Well, that's very far away and gets away from Gannon. Ball 1, 1-1. Jack Polk on deck with Landon Greeno in the hole. Johnson singled to right field in his last plate appearance, struck out swinging in his first. Then flew out in his first and then struck out swinging in his second. 1-1. Pitch in. Skied up into the air. Up underneath it goes Gabe Ruiz, still running. Actually, correction, Gage Gannon's able to glove it. Quick 1-2-3 inning here for the Nationals. They're now going to the top of the 7th, where the money is on the line here. If the Nationals can get out of this inning without giving up any runs, we'll see them not only in the championship match on Tuesday, but also getting a state berth. So don't you turn that dial or turn off your TV. More action here from Cleveland Field when we come back. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on NorthPlattePost.com.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese. He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find me, Brent Rogo, at 502 East Francis.
Exciting news! North Platte and surrounding communities, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has a new address. Find them at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right beside Great Plains Urgent Care. Their professional staff is fully qualified to help you meet your needs. From wheelchairs to mobility scooters, lift chairs, and more, they have everything to make your home safe and comfortable. They've got you covered. Call Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment today at 308-568-8510. Let them help you regain your independence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. We are now here in the top of the 7th inning. Nationals lead 7-5. They are just 3 outs away from a state tournament berth. Up to bat, Ryan Kostler, first for Grand Island Home Federal. See a pitch that's too high for ball number 1. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. 1 ball, 1 strike into the third baseman, Kostler. He doubled to left field in his last plate appearance. Reached out an error in his second. He'll swing and miss on a big fastball from Caden Johnson. It's strike 2. 1-2 the count now. 8, 9, and 1 in the order are due up. Verplank on deck, Dinkelman in the hole. The 1-2 from Johnson. That's upstairs on another fastball. It's 2-2 the count now. Pitch. Smashed out to left field. Jackson Peters going back at it. He's underneath it. He gets there and gloves it. There's out number 1 here in this top of the 7th. Now up comes Trent Verplank for the side of Grand Island Home Federal. It's 1 for 2 today. He'll see an off-speed pitch sneak in for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now. From Johnson to Verplank. Got on with a bunt in his last plate appearance that later brought a run home. The 0-1. That one chopped up into the sky. Ty Hannibor gets under it. There's out number 2. In this top of the 7th inning, the Nationals 1 out away from a state appearance and a championship berth here in the district. Sam Dinkelman up to bat. First pitch from Johnson just outside. Ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. Following Dinkelman, Foley, and Bronxton Barrientos. That pitch around the letters and in. Strike number 1. It's 1-1 the count now to Sam Dinkelman, the shortstop. Leadoff batter 0 for 2 today. Next pitch. Around the knees. Oh, just too far down. It's 2-1 the count now. As Caden Johnson now will take a breath to tie his shoes. Ethan Foley on deck. Bronxton Barrientos in the hole. 2-1 count now from Caden Johnson to Sam Dinkelman. As he gets the sign for McIntyre and fires in. Way upstairs with that pitch. It's now 3-1 the count. As Caden Johnson now will step in and fire his next pitch. That one just too high, ball 4, and with that on over to first goes Sam Dinkelman. Ethan Foley is now up to bat, and this is probably the best situation for the Nationals. Foley so far today 0 for 3, a ground out, a fly out. He was hit by a pitch by Landon Greeno, then flew out to Easton Jones in his last plate appearance. On over at first is Sam Dinkelman. Beautiful pitch from Caden Johnson, but too high for ball number 1 to Foley. Following Ethan Foley, Bronxton Barrientos, then Gabe Ruiz. This is the game-tying run at home. Pickoff attempt is not in time as back to first goes Sam Dinkelman. 7-5 lead for the Nationals here. Top of the 7th. Pitch. Tight inside, but low again, and now out comes Coach Ricky Holm to have a talk with junior Caden Johnson. There are 2 down in this inning, so still some, I want to say breathing room, but still some chances for the Nationals to let a few things squeak across and slide past, but don't want to be giving up too much again. The game-tying run is at home right now, and I've seen some crazier things happen. You remember last year in districts, these two teams faced off against each other in the 3rd round. Nationals and Grand Island Home Federal went 14 innings before a walk-off home run from Blaze Zeiler edged the Nationals' victory. That next pitch is in there from Johnson for strike number 1. 2-1 the count now. As Caden Johnson gets the sign he likes and fires in. Swung, driven to left field. It's going to bounce out of the reach there of Blaze Zeiler as it sneaks past him. That might be a stand-up double for Ethan Foley, and it does. A misplay in left field brings the run across, and now Coach Holmes having a word with home plate umpire. They're going to intentionally walk the next batter, Bronxton Barrientos. It's a 7-6 lead now in favor of the Nationals here. Foley is on over at second. And now it's Gabe Ruiz up to bat. He's had quite a tough game today, Ruiz has. 0 for 4. So runners at second and first for the Grand Island Home Federal. They now are trailing 7-6 as Johnson's first pitch into Ruiz is down low. Ball number 1. 1-0 the count now. Foley at second. Barrientos at first. The pitch from Johnson. Curveball in there. Strike number 1. It's 1-1 now the count. Following Ruiz, Ian Ahrens, and then Garrison Sack. 1-1 with 2 down. Johnson will glance at first and now second. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Another ball, another off speed that just can't find the good enough of a bend down, and it's 2-1 the count to Ruiz. Runners in scoring position at second to tie the game. Fastball is too low in the turf. Ball 3. 3-1 now the count. 2 outs here in this top of the 7th inning. As here comes Caden Johnson's next pitch. That one in there. Strike number 2. Here we go, everybody. 3-2 count to Gabe Ruiz. The game on the line. As Johnson looks to end the game right here. The 3-2. It's, oh my good heavens, it's not in there, just a smidge outside. Ball 4, and that means the bases are now loaded. I can't believe what I just saw, in my views, it looked like it just barely snuck in, but in the eyes of the umpire, no, it did not. So the bases are now loaded for Ian Ahrens. He'll see a pitch in there. Strike number 1, 0-1 the count now. Bases are loaded with 2 outs in this top of the 7th inning. Johnson delivers. Swung on and fouled off by Ian Ahrens. Ahrens 2 for 4. He's had 2 singles today and now is down in the count. 0-2. Bases loaded for Grand Island Home Federal. Caden Johnson's 0-2. Tight inside on a fastball. Ball 1, 1-2. Close call yet again on the zone. 1-2 the count. The 1-2. It's in there, strike 3! And the Nationals have done it! They're going to state! For the first time in years, the Nationals are going to a state tournament as they take down Grand Island Home Federal here in 7-2-6. They'll move on to the championship game on Tuesday, but we'll see them more importantly on Saturday. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. A perfect start to this A7 district tournament. Going so far 3-0, extending their winning streak now to 12 games, winning 17 of their last 18, and now cap it off with a district championship opportunity and a state championship tournament berth. A lot of these guys have worked super hard for this moment. Ty Robinson, Blaze Zeiler, never tasted the feeling of a state tournament in their last season. Now get that opportunity, defeating Grand Island Home Federal 7-6 and advancing to the championship match on Tuesday. But more importantly, they're going to state as they cap it off here with a victory, 7-6. We're going to step aside and take a real quick break. We come back, quick stop, post-game show right here. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming, NorthPlattePost.com.
Free PC and Mac checkups at CT Computer Services in North Platte? That's right. Let CT Computer Services diagnose your systems to ensure your hardware integrity, security, and overall PC Mac health are running as they should. For a free PC Mac checkup, stop in at 905 South Willow in North Platte or call 308-534-3628. CT Computer Services, your IT guys since 2005.
Nicole is having her favorite Runza salad.
The something something ranch salad.
It's the chicken bacon ranch salad.
But you can put whatever else you want around it. I'm here for the ranch.
I'm with you. Runza's homemade ranch is perfect. It's so good. A classic.
It's literally the only reason I like salad.
Great point. Come get a salad with your ranch. Try Runza's chicken bacon ranch salad today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Are you ready to embark on an exciting new career? Larry's Glass has been a trusted name in custom glass design for over 40 years, and they are seeking a skilled glazier to join their team. If you have a passion for precision and craftsmanship, this is the perfect opportunity for you. Install glass in commercial, residential, and auto settings. Get paid while you train for a new career. Stop into Larry's Glass at 211 West 5th Street, North Platte, and discuss how you can be part of their team and build a fulfilling career.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first.
See me, Pete Foltz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Welcome back, everybody, here. Cleveland Field. The Nationals have done it after a very, very grueling second half of the season, where I would say it's not grueling, it's been momentous, where they have been on an absolute heater. Now, winners of their last 12 games, 12 in a row, and, of course, 17 out of 18. They are going to the state tournament next Saturday after defeating Grand Island Home Federal here in the upper bracket matchup 7-6. 7 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Nationals. 6 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the side of one Grand Island Home Federal. Right now, it's just crazy how this season has turned about. You know, if you talk to me after, or you talk to not only me, but the team after the College World Series tournament, you might have thought, well, it's not looking good. You know, they lost 8 straight in the College World Series tournament. Really, we're struggling to find an identity with the team. And now, all of a sudden, they have come alive and they have turned into a state tournament team. Again, winners of their last 12. Winners of 17 out of the last 18 games. And now, not only have clinched a berth to the district championship on Tuesday, but also a berth into the state championship for the first time in many years. A lot of these guys haven't really experienced that. Some of them got to experience it very early on. Jack Polk, Caden Jones, and some of the few names. And now, in their potential final season for Jack Polk, Blaze Zeiler, and Ty Robinson, their official final season, they get to go to a state championship. I cannot believe it. I just cannot. I have no words for what's going on right now. I don't know what my emotions are, you know? You just sit there and you just are like so overcome with emotions. How do you react? And I know for one thing, this team is one of the most special teams that Coach Holm has probably ever had the opportunity to work with. And, you know, we've seen some great talent make their way through this program. Cole Wright, of course, last year it was Carson Johnson, as well as Cooper, as well as some other people. We've seen some great ones. Carter Kelly saw last year. Tristan Byer. Andrew Brocious, even though he's here as an assistant coach, he was somebody who had made some waves in the Nationals program from the very beginning. And now how do they get rewarded for all their hard work? A state championship berth. But job's not done entirely. They have a potential to win a district championship. When, of course, that comes on Tuesday. Now, since they are in the upper bracket, they have 2 opportunities and 2 chances to do so. That's the kicker. So whoever comes through the lower bracket, whether it be Grand Island Home Federal or Hastings or heck even Scotts Bluff, they have to defeat the Nationals 2 times in the championship match to be crowned district champions. But to be honest, it really wouldn't matter that much in the totality of things, because top 2 teams in the district go to state either which way. I can't believe it. We are going to state. I hope you're excited. We're going to step aside here. Quick stop post-game show. We come back. Coach Ricky Holm will be making his way up when we come back here 2-1 Cooperfield. FM 98.1 to Cleveland Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
The North Platte Public Schools prepares all students to be productive, responsible citizens in a safe, caring, supporting learning environment with caring staff, engaging curriculum, clean facilities, and updated technology. You can rely on our schools giving your child the tools they need for a successful future. For more information, including enrollment and career opportunities, visit nppsd.org. North Platte Public Schools. Communicate, connect, commit.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Ask me, Matthew Musselman, about Shelter's auto, home, and life options.
Buying a car, it's not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. 23 years. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by your lot at 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. Come see us. Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com.
The game's in the books. Time for the postgame show on FM 98.1 and online at NorthPlattePost.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, Cleveland Field. I still can't believe I get to say it here, and I know you can't believe you get to say it. Coach Ricky Holman joins me, a state participant.
Yes,
now,
sir.
how does that feel? We've talked for the last 2 seasons, we get to this point about, it's do or die. What team are we? A state's on our mind. How do we capitalize? What do we do? Well, my good sir, how about going through probably the gauntlet of death upper bracket, these just specifically today in probably the hardest way possible. 2 of the best teams in the district, back to back, and you do so in pretty commanding fashion, and now not only get to fight for a district championship, but you, my good sir, are going to state for the first time in years.
Yeah, I'm just so proud of the boys. I mean, you look at our opponents today, we're 0-4 against them in the season between the 2 high school games with GI and the 2 games this summer. Probably outscored us 75-5. Game 1, Ty Robb got his number called. He's been pitching well as of late, and I mean, just left it all out there. I mean, coming back to the beginning of the year, the 2 guys we got in here, Blaze and Ty Robb, were Legion babies, and like I said, there was a point where I would have bet the house they were coming back. I would have bet the house that they weren't coming back, and just so thankful that they were able to come back here, and kind of telling the guys here, I mean, Blaze is emotional, man. I mean, he's out there. I mean, he's giving it his all. He could barely walk. Clutch hits there in the first game and the second game, and just really happy with the boys. I mean, we've been playing so well, not giving up. Doesn't matter what the game looks like, just kind of having confidence in each other. But, this was one of our goals, was to make it to state, but obviously, tomorrow doesn't remember today, so whatever the case may be and whenever we play next, there's still one more goal we'd like to get.
Yes, sir, and I mean, it's been such a crazy, this whole tournament's been so crazy, but if we take it back to the College World Series tournament where you talked about that's probably the longest loss streak you've had as a tenured coach here, and then could you ever imagine that you turn it around into coming into this tournament 12 straight victories, winners of 17 of your last 18, going into state as probably the hottest team on the market?
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me that our record was 32-16 at the beginning of the year, I would have believed it, because going in, I've been around this program enough to know kind of when we have enough talent to kind of make it to state, and I told those guys that this is a team that definitely has the talent to make it to state. So the record I would have probably guessed, but just kind of shows the intestinal fortitude of our guys to, I think at one point we were 14-16 or 14-15, and we've lost 1 game since then. So, I mean, it's one of those things. Obviously, you want to sit back and enjoy the moment. This is my 4th year here. This will be the 2nd year that we've gotten to state. But, I mean, these guys played with a chip on their shoulder all year. They remember last year when we went 13 innings with GI and we beat them, and we both ended up getting knocked out, and I had found out a minute before the game that we had to win that game to make it, just because of the seeding. So I was having an end-of-year meeting with our guys last year, and they didn't even know what was going on. So for Ty Robb and Blaze to be able to come back and help us out, I mean, just huge. We wouldn't have been here without them, just from start to finish. Ty Robb maybe was a little hurt there in the middle of the season, but still taking that leadership role and making sure that guys are up in the dugout. So obviously, I'm glad for those guys. It's almost feeling like we're kind of paying them back for coming out here and laying their body on the line. So hopefully here we'll come back on Tuesday, I believe, and go get us be the first team in North Platte history to win a Seniors Legion title.
That's what you want to hear. But how poetic also is it that some of the longest tenured members on the team that have been through every single process, every step of the way, were the 2 members today that really shone the brightest and really came up when it really mattered the most.
Yeah, I mean, you can't write it any better. I mean, you kind of go back to last year when Blaze hit the walk-off off GI, and they were kind of chirping at him as he's getting base hits, and I guess they weren't good-looking enough base hits for him, but the way he was getting on base and running the bases and just putting his body on the line, I mean, you could tell that if this was probably game 4 of the season, Blaze probably pulls himself out in the 2nd or 3rd inning, but understanding that he didn't come back here to get close again. He came back here to help this program get to state and also win a district title, and we got one of those goals checked off now, and we'll see if we can finish off the rest for him.
Love to hear. Well, Ty Robinson will make his appearance here, started game number 1, and just like he does as the season gets further and further, really comes into his own. And, I mean, absolute domination against Hastings, a team that you personally have been attributed to, knowing that has been a demon in this team's past for some odd reason or another. But to shut them out in the way you did from top to bottom, even though you were so close to finishing that complete game, I mean, it must feel great to know that at the end of this journey, you not only have finally hit that promised land that you've been wanting, but you did so in such a fantastic fashion.
Yeah, me and Blaze, that before that beginning of the season, we were talking and we were deciding at one point, like Coach Holm has already said, we were both out. We weren't going to want to come back, and then something, I guess, sparked Blaze, and he said, let's do it. And I went along with it, because if he came back, I was going to come back, and I told him we were going to make it to state together, and we got that, and I'm so happy about it.
I know, and I think I talked about how poetic it was that, the two of the longest tenured members that have gone through the entire system in the day that it mattered the most. Same time last year when it mattered the most, you two stepped up in the most opportune situation as well, and not only in that, but also help guiding some of these younger guys. I've seen a couple times you go have a talk with Jackson Peters, who just came up here today, and then of course Logan Hayes making his first seniors approach. So not only did you provide such a resounding answer on the field, but also when it wasn't your time to shine, you were there to help really keep instilling the confidence in the team.
Yeah, when I'm out over in the dugout, I'm making sure that nobody's down. I'm over there making cheers. I'm over there being as loud as I can. I had lost my voice a little bit during that last game. And then the young guys, I'm trying to keep them confident when Peters doesn't get the outcome he wants or Hayes misses a ground ball. I'm trying to keep them up. I can't let those guys get down, because you've seen it. Those guys will get in their heads really quickly. I was there myself when I was a freshman. You get there because you're in such big moments like this, and I don't think they want to let me and Blaze down, because they know what we've wanted to come back for, and we were just there, and I just don't want these boys to get down. I just wanted everybody up in the dugout.
And really, that I think really instilled not only the confidence, but you saw Jackson Peters 2 hits. Those pep talks have paid a dividend, and for this season, coming after that rough CWS. But as Coach talked about, still got one more little tick mark you got to get through, and that'll be on Tuesday. So all I got to say, please get some good rest, and we'll see you all on Tuesday for that district championship match. And now up comes the other member of the team. Of course, I've talked to him last year in this almost exact same game, if you remember. It was against Grand Island Home Federal in that 13-inning monster, the walk-off home run. And you know what? While it wasn't a home run, you did produce some of the biggest hits here today. The triple to help give your team the lead, and then another big single to get aboard. I mean, you today, not just in this second game, not just today as a whole, but this entire tournament and this season you and Ty Rob have really put you're all out there, and you saw it today, and I can't believe I can sit here next to you after last year saying, hey man, you're going to state with us.
Yeah, can't believe it. We've worked all year for this. Honestly, at the beginning of the year, after we lost the broken bow and all that, I started losing hope in us, but after we went through some tournaments, we found our fire, and Nats are rolling, baby.
I mean, it's crazy to say that after losing 8 straight after the College World Series tournament, that you are now definitively the hottest team on the market with 12 straight victories, 17 out of your last 18, taking down 2 demons that have not only been thorns in your side this season, but for your entire Nationals career, and you did so in such a dramatic fashion. I mean, how much I can already tell how much it means to you right now that you made it to state, but how much does it mean to you knowing that you slayed the team's personal giants and your giants, and did it in such a dominant fashion?
It's the best feeling I've ever felt in my life, honestly. We've been wanting this. Me, Jack, and Ty, after last year, there was a fire burning in us, and we just wanted to go to state.
And you know what? You did so clean sweeping so far this District A7 tournament, so far 3-0. Just automatically knocking yourself in with a district championship appearance. And as I talked to Ty Rob, the job's not done. You may have ticked off that last mark, but getting the first district, and I know for you it's emotional since you have worked so hard from the very beginning, working your way through the system to now here. But now potentially having the opportunity to be the first North Platte squad to win a district championship how would that also add to not only you're probably feeling, but even more momentum going into the state next week?
Oh, it would be amazing. Come home, bring that plaque to the town of North Platte, and let everyone know we're here. Job's not finished. Mama mentality, baby.
That's
Let's
what
go.
I love to hear. Well, Blaze and Ty-Rob, thank you so much once again for stopping on by. I'm super excited to see you all on Tuesday. That's right. They're making their way to state, but as Blaze said, job's not finished, taking on either the winner of tomorrow's game against Grand Island in the loser's bracket. They'll be facing the winner of Hastings or Scotts Bluff, and then that winner will then face North Platte on Tuesday for the district championship. Step aside one more time, give our Ameriprise Financial Money Player of the Game, then get out of here, and I'll see you all on Tuesday when we come back, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Welcome back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals make it to a district championship match on Tuesday. They defeat, of course, Grand Island Home Federal 7-6. Our Ameriprise Financial Money players of the game go to Jack Polk, as well as Blaze Zeiler and Ty Robinson. From the very beginning, these players have worked their way up through the system, have gone through all the troubles, all of the pains, the growing pains, to now get to this moment as they clinch a berth to the state tournament next week. But I got to finish it off here on Tuesday when they take on the winner of the Grand Island and the winner and the loser. Well, it's so confusing. So whoever wins this next game against Hastings and Scotts Bluff will then move on to take on Grand Island Home Federal for a chance to then make it to the district final and then a state appearance as well. I'm going to see you all on Tuesday when we get to that point, so follow us on all of our North Platte Post social medias as well as our website for all the latest game time changes and game setups when we come back here to Cleveland Field. Nationals win here against Grand Island Home Federal 7-6, making it to state for the first time in many years, as well as a chance at a district championship. When we come back here, FM 98.1 and AM 1410, I'll see you all on Tuesday.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has